Well, I suppose there's no harm in getting started a little bit early. Yeah, let me go ahead and just load up a spreadsheet here. Get things organized. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to comb through every spreadsheet I've built recently so that I can double check a few things before we get into the meat and potatoes of this thing. Actually, what I'm gonna do first is load from a new directory. So we got these right here. No, actually, that's where I loaded the event assembler. I actually had to update that. No, what we've got here is I'm gonna start breaking these into individual, like, update folders. So, with that being said, this is technically going to be an entirely new ROM file, just copied from what we had before. So, get that in position. Hang on a second. Actually, music might still be a bit too loud now that I look at it. That being said, this is relatively low-key music, so hopefully I can just keep it going for a while. I'll swap it out every, like, 10 minutes or so. Oh, maybe that's too quiet. I don't know what's a good balance. I should have, like, a visual shorthand for this sort of thing nowadays, after this much experience in the field of live streaming, but I do not. Alright, so let me start by looking at my spreadsheet for classes. And yep, I had 2 or 3 things that I forgot to do last time. Those include giving new weapons to the Great Lords, which I am more adamant about now than more than ever. What is it, like 31 for a B rank? Or a D rank, rather. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do that. Gonna give Ephraim access to swords, and Irica access to staves. My original idea was simply to give Irica access to a staff and maybe leave Ephraim alone, but I feel like I had to give the brother something, or else it would have felt like he was just missing out, because, like, he has better stats on the whole. He's a much better combat unit, but yeah, sure, I'll give him access to swords, just so that he doesn't have to lug around, you know, an axe reaver all day, every day. Another reason why I'm making a few of these choices now is because I recently stumbled upon a huge repository of sprite animations that other people have already made for the Game Boy Advance Fire Emblem games. I can go ahead and pull it up now to show you guys a bit of what I'm talking about. All relevant links will be posted when I put up livestream archives. So there I'll point to where I found FE Builder, or is it FE Builder GBA, whatever. And I will also provide a link to this website here, which is too long for me to read out loud, but it's part of FE Universe, which, as I've come to find out, is a great resource for people looking to ROMhack this game. If I had any sense, I would, you know, make an account with them, but I have not done so yet. I should at least, like, join their Discord server at some point and say, hey, here's something I'm working on, observe if you are interested in it. But yeah, there's a graphics repository here. Battle animations is what I was most interested in, although I suppose there are other things worth looking at. Huh, map packs. Well, I am not prepared to do any map importing. Actually, I'm not planning on changing any maps as of this point in time. Yeah, in fact, let me go ahead and just restate my mission statement for this hack project. It's a very personal one that just kind of rebalances the sacred stones according to my ideals. It's pretty much just for me and whoever else happens to be interested. I don't really have any grander purpose behind that other than I wanted to play a version of the Sacred Stones where weapons are unbreakable and rebalanced in a way similar to Fire Emblem Fates. And I figured while I'm at it, I may as well, you know, give a bit of love to the individual classes, too. They are already quite a bit more interesting than they were in the previous Game Boy Advance games. But thanks to these prefab animations that people on the internet have so lovingly compiled together, I can do all kinds of things. So I talked about giving Ephraim access to swords, for example. I can scroll down here. What was it that I pulled from dual-sided? I actually don't remember. But I did leave the credits intact when I downloaded these, so when the time comes, I will post all relevant links to every, like, animation that I used. Oh god, that's gonna get long quick. You know what I should do? I should just share this. I've got an ongoing, you know, Google Docs doc. Oh god, that sounds awful to say as a singular. Oh, by the way, I can get rid of this text now. I forgot about it. Yeah, I may as well just share that as like a shorthand for, you know, where all the links are, where everything was downloaded from. I'm gonna go ahead and say that maybe it was... Oh. No, it wasn't this. But apparently there's... Oh, I'm looking at the basic Ephraim. I want the... I wanted the promoted one. So where would that be? Heavy infantry? No, it's not that one. There's a lot of reskins here, too. Yeah, where in the world are the Great Lords? Am I looking for the text Tier 2? I found these yesterday without much issue, so, like, why can't I find them now? Could it be this one? No, wait, here it is. Here it is. Lords, Vanilla, and Custom, Vanilla plus weapons. That's what I found. Okay. Is that what I found? His colors are a bit different. Hang on, let me double check. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, I went ahead and downloaded all these things and stuck them into their respective folders. Okay, well, I'll double check the exact source, but this is the one that I found for Ephraim. You know, just as an example. So that's one of several new animations that I'm going to be importing. But going back to the class editor here. So, Ephraim, swords, Irika, staves. I'm also going to give paladins their axes back. And we're going to be... That's actually one of the first new animations that I'm going to be putting in. Now, why did I do this? Because I am rebalancing not only the classes, but their, like, stat caps. And the paladin's probably going to have some of the worst ones of all, because of its high mobility. And access to Canto Plus. That's, like, the crux of giving the mobile classes lowered stat caps, is because they're so damn versatile with Canto Plus. I believe that's what the GameCube and Wii games did, so I'm going to do that here. It was already in effect a little bit. I just kind of exaggerated the low stat caps a pinch further with like -1 to -2 to most stat caps. So with that in mind, it's like, why would you ever pick Paladin over the Great Knight when the Great Knight has access to all weapons and higher stat caps due to it being less mobile and having heavier armor? Well, here's one answer to that, and that is simply to give them their axes back. I don't really know why they were ever removed. I guess to distinguish them from the Great Knight a little bit more, but hey, guess what? Today we're going in reverse. As soon as I remember where the Great Knights are. There we go. So, Great Knights, you are no longer allowed to use swords. And that is final. Although that is going to make it a little bit peculiar when Cavaliers promote into Great Knight. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Well, wow, how did I... In all the planning I did over the last few days, how did I not catch that? Yeah, this is going to take a bit of readjusting. Huh, yeah, how can I address this? Huh. I don't know. If anyone has any suggestions about that, let me know. Email me at this web zone. I actually don't know what's going to happen to the existing sword EXP that units will get when they promote from Cavalier to Great Knight. I know that one loses access to anima magic if he promotes into a shaman, so maybe it actually does get overwritten with a 0. But then, you know, how about we just stick a pin in this for later? If this turns out to be a terrible idea, then we'll come back to it. Alright, so who else was I going to look at? Who else was I going to tweak? Let's see. I was going to give the rogue access to stabs, because even just immediately after applying the skill systems patch, rogues are already kind of built a little bit more towards magic than their other sword fighter counterparts. So it makes sense to make them a little bit more like the tricksters and adventurers that came after them. You know, they'll be able to use magic swords and stabs with the greatest of ease. That actually kind of spooked me a little bit. Maybe I'll play some Legend of Zelda music later. I feel like that would be about the right temperature, quote-unquote, for this live stream. Let me just go ahead and scan through this again, make sure I'm not overlooking anything. Let me... You know what? I have this document here. I made it over the weekend specifically so that I would have a list to consult of changes that I want to make week to week. So... classes that need weapons adjusted, I got all of them. Okay, so I can leave that behind now. We can close this. There were some more patches that I thought that I put in, but in actuality, I did not. So let me go ahead and consult my list here and go back to the patches that I thought I put in. So apparently I never wrote this. Actually, I think I got an editor last time I tried to do this. Maybe it's because my event assembler was out of date or something. But anyway, it worked just fine there. So yeah, I would like to be able to change the battle music and the preparation music by chapter. I don't know if I'm actually going to follow through with this with new music to import, but, you know, may as well lay the groundwork for it ahead of time. I don't know what this refers to. Apparently some of the percussion is broken. So we're gonna go ahead and fix that. I think this is one that I thought that I fixed, but I didn't. Yeah, there we go. What I want to know is if this is going to fix the kill BGM bug that is associated with the air caliber weapon. Maybe not. We'll get to that later. Yeah, and then this one, prevent healer miss target. Apparently I just, like, clicked this without thinking about it last time. Maybe. I didn't actually select patch. It defaults to do nothing. Fixed sound of air caliber. Fixed sound of dragonstone. I didn't even know that the dragonstone was bugged. Yeah, you never know. Those of you out there who have ambitions to make your own ROMhack, first of all, be prepared for a lot of work, because it takes a lot of elbow grease to make a ROMhack come to fruition, but that's true of any big project. Second of all, go ahead and peruse the entire list, as long and boring as it may be. Frankly, it needs some cleanup, because there's so many old, obsolete versions of patches out there. But yeah, go ahead and just peruse the whole list. You might see something in there that you didn't even think about that would be cool to implement. Now, another thing. So, I talked last time, while Geonamic Warrior was in the chat, I talked with him about how accuracy rates in the Sacred Stones are kind of notoriously high. And this leadership system that came with skill systems just exaggerated that even further. So what we're going to do is for every leadership star that a unit has, instead of +5 to accuracy, we're going to drop that to +3. It's not much, but I think it'll make just enough of a difference. Like, on average, that's going to be almost a -5 accuracy per unit per chapter. And if that's not enough, then maybe I'll consider buffing enemies directly. Because in hindsight, like, while I was doing testing, I was just struck by how easy the enemy units were to deal with. Like, I know it's the beginning chapters and all, but I remember having way more trouble with them in the other Game Boy Advance games. Even on hard mode, like, in this game, hard mode is easier than the other game's normal mode. So that's not so great. That's something we're going to be keeping an eye out for. If this feels too easy, then we will make necessary adjustments. Alright, so in addition to changing some of the classes' weapons, we're also going to be taking into account characters having their individual weapon levels, out of date and needing to be updated. So we're going to go down to Dusel here, zero out his skill level in swords. And then Renais we are going to give a level in staves. And Orson is going to get a C in axes, which is how much again? Like 71? Wow, got it. Alright, so we're going to give that to him. I think I should also do that for the NPC variants of Orson. Let's see here. Yeah, just in case. I don't remember where they all are. You know what I could do? So a very nice feature of FP Builder GBA is the ability to just type. Just start typing anywhere, and you'll find matching text. And you can just keep searching from there. Although if you click out of it, then you'll have to start over, but that's fine. That's fine. I think I also forgot to update the weapon levels for NPC Glenn. So we'll go ahead and do that. It's gonna make it a little bit weird. I think I'm gonna have to update his weapon when he shows up as an NPC, but, you know, we will get to that. Probably when cutscenes play, a lot of unexpected problems are probably going to come to life. By the way, I turned off my noise filter. There's a train horn, like, billowing in from my window. Can you guys hear it? Any second now. Okay. All I had to do was say something and it stopped. Ain't that how it always goes? There it is. Okay, no, that did not pick up on the microphone. That's good. Okay. Yeah, that's about it for character, class, item adjustments. But I am going to go ahead and update shops. We're going to be visiting probably 2 of them today, and I'd like to go ahead and... yeah, this is how I found the shop inventory. The shop editor, rather. So let's see. Number 2, Chapter 2, The Protected. I'm gonna go ahead and need an extra slot here. So... let's see. Is this how it works? Yeah, okay. So we're gonna need 1 more spot of data here. We're gonna replace this with the bronze axe, which is, like, item number CB or something? It's really late in the list. There it is. Alright, so we'll have that, and then we'll also have the iron axe at the tail end. We want this shop to have your basics covered. There we go. And then... for Chapter 5... For those that don't know, there are 2 versions for every single shop. It's kinda weird that their inventories are divided like this, but basically, in the middle of a chapter, you'll have access to shops, and they'll have a certain layout of items. And then when you're done with the chapter, you can go back and revisit it on the world map. And usually they'll have a different selection, and it's a bit weird, but we will roll with it and provide different items at different points in time. But certainly, if you're new to the Sacred Stones, you should absolutely check every store as you find it, and buy what you need, like, right there, because you never know what's not going to be available on the world map after you leave. Alright, so this is going to get updated a bit. Most of this is just going to be, like, repositioning of where things are in the list. Because it wouldn't do for me to just change everything haphazardly, you know? I want things to follow the same logic as in the games, where they are sorted by, you know, weapon type, basically. Let's see. Wait a minute. Did I do that right? I don't think I did. Alright, well, I'm gonna... excuse me. I'm gonna open up my spreadsheet just to double-check myself. Yeah, as you can see, I planned this out in meticulous detail. And color-coded everything so that I would know what changes and what does not. So in the case of the Chapter 5 Armory... yes, we open with iron, steel, and then go to iron, steel, iron, steel. Probably going to be the same for the... Oh, nope. I actually had plans to put in bronze axe and the bronze bow for this shop, so that's what we're going to do. And now that I have my spreadsheet up, I can just consult the item IDs directly. There we go, and that should make things significantly quicker. I just ate, so my speaking may be a little bit sloppy today. But so be it. The vendors we are going to leave alone for the time being. So now we'll come back up here. Gonna change something here. What are we gonna change? Gonna change the... You know what? Since this stuff is ordered on the world map as iron, bronze, we'll go ahead and do that here too. So we'll put the bronze axe right here. And then have the hand axe afterwards, okay? And then for Seraphew... Let's see, we're going to start with the iron, go to steel... And then repeat for the other weapon types. With the exception of axes and bows, which will still have their bronze options available. I don't know, I just couldn't think of anything better to put in there, so why not? Okay, that's all I need to tweak in there for now. We're off to a pretty good start. Not even half an hour in, and I'm getting a lot of items on my checklist taken care of. I go ahead and pull up my changelog again. So that's all that I wanted to change from the shops. I'll get to map units later. Alright, finally! Finally, it is time to go on to... updating the sprites. Yeah, I have quite a few that I want to import, at least as far as, you know, weapon icons go, so we're going to get started with that. Alright. Thankfully, we don't need to worry too much about palettes or anything like that. Because every weapon uses the exact same palette, and that is a little bit restrictive, but you get used to it. There's only like one shade of red and one shade of blue, for instance. So I don't even know how in the world they accomplished the graphic for the Ice Tome, for example. I guess they're using that greenish color as a light blue, and it just works. So basically what I'm going to be doing is going through this list, and anything that goes unused, we're going to be replacing with something. You know what? Let me check here. Surely I wrote this down somewhere, like what specifically to replace with what, so that I wouldn't run into any, like, extra work that I had to do. Oh wait, I can probably just consult that. Like, that says right there, Ruby Sword, so that's what we're going to be doing. By the way, I'm not entirely happy with all these graphics. I think I could have done better with the Ruby Sword, maybe make the edge of it white or something, but we'll come back to it. Let's see, this is going to get something new. This one is pretty much one-to-one imported from Genealogy of the Holy War. I just thought it would be a cute little thing to add as a throwback to that game. Alright, Lightbrand, you are no more. You're going to be replaced with an entirely new kind of wind sword, which I have placed somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Alright, new wind sword. This is going to get a new graphic for the so-called Hidden Blade. New sprite for the Bronze Lance. There we go. Wow, this is, like, effortless in how quick it is. Like, as long as you have the assets, it works out pretty darn well. Alright, most of these are going to be unchanged, but that's going to turn into the Emerald Axe. Devil Axe unchanged, Tomahawk unchanged. A lot of these unchanged, honestly, now that I think about it. And in particular, like, all of the spell graphics, except for the dummy ones, those will remain the same as well. Yeah, it works well enough. Let's see, that's Excalibur. This one gets an all-new graphic. For Dragonblight. Not sure if that's the name I'm going to keep, but it works well enough for now. Shadow Grip, that's gonna get a new graphic. Yep. Not very happy with this one either, because, like, it protrudes too far outside of the usual square that the weapon, like, the magic graphic is contained within. But whatever. That's how you know it's an original, baby! That's gonna change into the Vengeful Axe. A deep crimson red, to let you know it means business. I wish that I had, like, a more pinkish red that I could have used, but oh well. A lot of graphics that I am not going to use. Unused duplicate spear sprite for some reason. Monster killers, they're going to stay where they are. Nah, that's fine where it is. Let's see. If that's going to be the Valkyrie bow, then I want to pull up this graphic. I hope it's easy enough to tell that that's supposed to be a heart attached to it. Guard Lance, pretty much copied one-to-one from Fire Emblem Fates. With a little shield behind it. Short spear stays the same, but the wind sword is going to get a whole new look to kind of reflect how the weapon looked in Radiant Dawn. Legendary weapons will not be changed. This becomes the Sapphire Lance. This becomes the Raven Axe, which, again, I wish I had, like, a light purple to associate with it, but I do not. So it's gonna have to stick with a mix of blue and red. I guess I'll go ahead and import a Boltax graphic. There we go. Well, actually, hold on a minute. I actually did have a new graphic that I wanted to use for the Divine Stone. There we go. A nice light blue. Green, blue, whatever. Kind of reflects how it looks in Fire Emblem Awakening, I suppose. Alright, so. Do I want to paper over any other... Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Lots of graphics went unused in the transition from, you know, the previous Game Boy Advance game to this game. So... stuff like Ekasaks, all the S-tier weapons from previous games, we can just override those, no problem. But I am going to want to jot down what these ID numbers are, so let me get a sticky note handy. I'm trying to remember where I put these friggin' things. Was it this one? No, it wasn't. But you know what? If all I'm doing is jotting things down, then sure, I'll work with it. Alright, what have we not imported yet? Fissure. That's gotta have a new graphic. There we go. This is unused. We can replace this with, barrier bow. There we go. Pretty much copied wholesale from whatever that legendary bow was from the previous game. Reinfletch, whatever it is. Durandal, you're out of here. You can be replaced with the runestone. Armads. Great weapon in its home game, but we need to bring Air Caliber back into the fold, so that's where that will go. Luce gets to be replaced with the bronze bow. We also need to bring in a bronze axe. And I am not writing these down like I said I would. Hang on. Alright. All this stuff can be papered over with no consequence whatsoever. Shadow Grip we'll put there. Again, gonna be a Dark Tome that reduces evasion for those that are standing adjacent to it. I don't think I'm gonna need to use this. But you know what, just in case, we'll go ahead and just stick to weapons. Short axe, that needs to be added in. And Cursed Lance, that's going to be a new one too. Ugh, that red does not look very good up close. Hopefully it'll be less noticeable in the game itself. Oops. And I don't even know what the hell Dark Tome that is, but we ain't using it. Flame Lance, I think that's the last one. Alright, so we got everything in. Now we need to attach them to their respective items. So, Bronze Sword, that's... yeah, we'll just go ahead and check every one of these to make sure that they are what they are supposed to be. And as soon as I find something that doesn't fit, we will update it. Yep, everything looks good so far. And we can kind of skip past all this. Sorry, what was that? Hold on a minute. Did I see an error message a moment ago? Yeah, this thing again. Yeah, I still don't know what to do with this, but this is the only place where I see an error message like this, so I'm gonna continue ignoring it for the time being, and hope that it works out. Alright, so Vengeful Axe. That's gonna be there. Raven Axe, that's correct. Sapphire Lance, good. Guard Lance, good. Yeah, a lot of this, because of my forethought, my predictive abilities, a lot of these are already done and taken care of. So, Barrier Bow, that one I put on 8A. Don't forget to write to ROM. Runestone, that's got a new graphic. 97. Dragonstone, that's fine as is. Divine Stone, good. Air Caliber, that's got a new old graphic. Bronze Bow, yeah, here at the tail end, that's where most of the new additions will be going. Short Axe, 9F. Cursed Lance, A0. Flame Lance, A1. Bronze Axe, 9A. Alright, did I miss anything? I think I missed Fissure, actually. Where is that magic spell? It's not any higher than that. Yeah, there's supposed to be a Dark Tome with Cavalry effectiveness, and I don't remember where I put it. Did I forget to put it in? Hold on a minute. According to what I have here, this is supposed to be at address 8A. Oh. Okay, I can't believe I missed one. How about that? Alright. Then we need to find the appropriate name here. Where in the world did I put it? I covered most of my bases earlier. Shoot, I don't know where it is. It's not here. I might need to add a new string of text. Shoot, where can I put this in? I know I papered over something. Where the hell was it? Huh? Likes? Height? Age? What? What is this? I don't remember there being this information in the profiles. Yeah, I'm gonna just scroll through this stuff here. What the hell? Why are you guys' names here? What is this? Face changes every time it's looked at. What is all this? Huh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What? This is a skill description from Fire Emblem Heroes. There is no, like, cooldown mechanic in the Game Boy Advance games. Is that something that I missed in the patch list? Oh. I'm gonna have to go looking for that, because I might want to look into that. Nothing to see here. Well, that's like an event dialogue, so I'm not gonna mess with that. Hold it. I put something there. Alright, well apparently this is where the new stuff added by skill systems begins. So let's go down here and look for anything that looks so irrelevant that I would never ever need it. Like, yeah, there's a lot of skills in here that I didn't end up using, but what if I change my mind later, you know? Oh boy. I mean, I suppose that I could just expand the data and just add something to the end of the list, but I've managed to avoid doing that so far. I'd very much like to be able to, keep to that if possible. Huh? Get 1 of 12 random proc skills. What? What? Oh! Is that an actual thing that you can assign? Oh, that's why these are here. As like an example for this. Okay, that's kind of funny, actually. Okay, well... This looks about as irrelevant as you can get, so I'm gonna erase it. And that'll be our text string. And we only need to use it just this once, so I'll just stick it in my memory and go ahead and put it in here. So that's B1, AB1. And that's gonna get a brand new item icon wherever I put it. Number 78. Yeah, I completely forgot about this, and I feel bad about that. We'll keep the dummy description. I have not yet incorporated any, text descriptions for any of these new weapons, but so be it. Alright, we want to copy this. No. Just copy the address. And we're going to put it down here, because that is the intended effect, is to be effective damage against cavalry units. Attacks resistance, unbreakable, don't forget about that. Sheesh, I may as well just pull up my old spreadsheet on items again, because, I missed one, and I feel silly about it. Alright, one use, 2,500 is the going rate, range is 1 to 2. Weapon might of 11, accuracy of 60, weight of 16, I believe. This is supposed to be a very difficult but rewarding weapon to use in the right contexts. And is there anything else I'm missing? Ah, yes, need to give out weapon EXP. Okay. Oh yes, one more thing that I wanted to update. The beacon bow. Where is it? Does not necessarily need to have the flying effective pointer attached to it. I'm content with leaving that to be the exclusive domain of Excalibur and Nidhogg. This is a lesser weapon, so let's remove the flying effectiveness and give it effectiveness against monsters. Alright. Hopefully there's nothing else that I need to add after this from the items list. Right. I was checking to make sure that everything had the appropriate graphic attached. So barrier bow, Valkyrie bow looks good. Runestone, got that. Air caliber, we put that already. Bronze bow, bronze axe, got those. Shadow grip, we got that. Short axe, curse lance, flame lance. Alright, so those are now taken care of. And now, what's next on the docket? Oh, there is one thing I forgot. With the items, I need to make sure that things with a 1 to 2 range, or actually just anything that has a ranged animation, needs to have the appropriate well, animation attached to it. So, this, for example, this is going to change from lightning to air caliber. Go ahead and change the color to... Is it green or blue? I'm gonna go ahead and say blue, maybe? Yeah, let's double check against the other wind magics. Oh, what do you know? It is blue. Alright, so we got air caliber for the wind sword. The cursed lance, I found out, has an animation attached to it when it should not. So let's try and track that down. Or rather, it has, like, a weird, nothing attached to it. I don't know what I mean by that. It's like, it's not set at the appropriate 0, so... That was why I thought that perhaps it ought to be, you know, patched, updated, whatever you want to call it. The Boltex needs a new animation attached. And it is somewhere. There we go. This is going to have thunder attached to it. The short axe needs to have the hand axe animation. There we go. Nothing stalls battle screen. Yeah, this is why I really needed to make sure and update this stuff. Because if I didn't, then it would, like, lock the game up, and that would not be good. I haven't been checking on this. Map-only animation. Yeah, let me make sure that the weapons actually have the appropriate number set there. Because otherwise, well, needless to say, we are going to lose out on those precious animations that I'm going through so much trouble to include. Yeah, that's correct. Short axe, bronze bow. That needs to have an arrow animation, and it looks like it already does, so maybe I just forgot about it? Oh, no, it's the bronze axe that needs to be changed. Because right now, it, well, that's not right. Why does that have that name there? It's a little bit weird. Well, whatever. So this one, yeah, restarts game. That would have been noticeable if I had let that slip through. Restarts game. Give me a fucking break. Alright, so we got that, and then barrier bow needs a arrow animation. I feel like something else changed here. Intact. Is that what I need? Huh. Yeah, what is this? Has something to do with sleep? I think I just want to zero this out. Unless there's something I'm missing here. Like, what was that I just changed? It was for the barrier bow. So, do regular bows have anything there? No. Yeah, I really should double check this before I put it out. Still don't know what this means. Map sprite facing, intact, face down, face left. Why only those options? That's a bit peculiar. Suppose I can go ahead and change this. Okay, hold on a minute. Why do all these say FFFF instead of 0? Was I Am I using the wrong value for nothingness? Uh-oh. Well, if that's the case, then I'd better go ahead and fix that. Didn't even think about that being a problem. I thought just, you know, 0, 0 would have been enough. But we gotta play it safe and make sure that everything aligns. So if I see zeros up here, then I'm gonna change it. Yeah, so this needs to be FFFF. That's fine. That's fine. All these staves I'm gonna leave alone. Oh, right, fissure. I never gave that any kind of animation. So, okay, that's gonna be mapped to stone. I guess give it a black coloration? Okay. Okay. Change that to the Fs. Again, just keep an eye out for anything that's new. That's correct. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what color is the dragon breath? Didn't even think to check on that, but... You know what? Sure, on a lark, I'll go ahead and change the, dragon stones over to red coloration. I have a duplicate of this, by the way. That was an accident. But I figure I'll just keep rolling with it. I guess I'll leave that as white, and then for the divine stone, yellow, maybe? Because it's kind of like light magic, I guess. New weapons, new weapons. Gotta keep an eye out for them new weapons. Did I get this right? I did not! I meant for this to be, Crimson Eye, not Evil Eye. Dragon Blight, Demon Surge, yada yada yada. So I got those. Wasn't there another one? Shadow Grip was supposed to be attached to Evil Eye, so... Okay, that's correct. And what other new magics did I add? I think that's all of them. Shadow Grip, Fissure, Dragon Blight, and Dark Raver. So I think we're good now? Yeah, that was a weird but very important thing for me to get out of the way. So what's next? We're almost at the 1 hour mark, so I'm pretty close to being able to just launch into the game. I think the... Okay, two more things. First thing. New sprite animations. Now, thankfully, I already have, from that sprite repository I mentioned before, I already have prefabricated sprite animations that I'm simply going to import. So we're gonna go ahead and do that for the Paladin here. We're gonna give them their axes back, which actually is going to necessitate 2 animations added. Because as I found out, the axe and the hand axe are attached to completely different animations. And you know what else I forgot? Every single individual hand axe item needs its own animation mapped. So yeah, that's a grand total of 5 new animation pointers that I'm gonna have to add. We have 2, so we're gonna add 3 more. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and jot this down. What are the exact IDs for all the hand axes? Alright. It's 28 for the hand axe, 29 for the tomahawk, 2C for the bolt axe. If I don't do this, then I'm gonna get error messages about it. And BE for the short axe. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and attach all those to the paladin. Don't forget to switch the special thing here to item specification rather than type specification. In fact, don't forget to do it in that specific order, because otherwise it'll try pointing to, you know, a weapon type that does not exist. Okay, same deal here. We're gonna add a grand total of 5 new things for both genders of paladin. So again, that's gonna be your basic axe, and then 28 hand axe. Oops. Yeah, don't get your numbers mixed up. 29 tomahawk. Bolt axe and short axe. Truth be told, I don't need to go through this much effort, but it's in the name of parody, alright? Because there is no unit in the entire game that is going to be able to use the short axe and also be a female paladin, because the short axe is NPC exclusive, and there are no female paladin NPCs. But again, just being thorough. Alright, so, okay, we're gonna just have to add things to the end of the list. And that's fine. So we're gonna start off with 2 new animations. So we're gonna go from 201 to 203. It's 2 new animations. Let me make sure I've got that correct. No, actually, we have 4 new animations being added. Male paladin axe, male paladin hand axe, female paladin axe, female paladin hand axe. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. And I guess I'd better go ahead and, like, change the name. Like, can I just do that here? Okay. Wait. It didn't... I'm gonna try to mimic the, you know, the naming scheme for all these. Okay, never mind. Apparently that doesn't make a lick of sense. There's so many duplicate names. Alright, fine. You know what? You know what? We're gonna just copy the names for them then. Because that's the norm. And I'm assuming that this is going to be the same except with an F. Okay, so what I've come to find out is that there are basically 2 means of building new sprite animations in this editor. The first and easiest way, of course, being, you know, take an animation that someone else has already made and import the bin file. So, yeah, let me go ahead and look up exactly who made this, because I had the intention of crediting these animations as I used them. So, in this case, this is, the axe animations were made by... Oh, wait a minute. Of course, they were made by Intelligent Systems. I don't gotta credit anyone. If you want these particular sprite animations, just copy them from, like, the other Game Boy Advance games, and there you go. So that should be good. Yeah, we can go ahead and, like, preview all the frames. Can check out the ranged animation. Yeah, looks, well, hang on a minute. Do I even need to import a new animation for the hand axe? Hold on a minute. Let's compare them side by side, shall we? Because I had to, like, they were categorized differently. It looks like they do reuse animations, but... Oh, wait a minute. I know what it is. When you have a hand axe equipped, the melee attack transforms into throwing it instead of hitting with it. So, okay, in that case, yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna do here. By the way, did this save? Do I still have to click right to ROM? Okay, yes I do. It didn't light up to yellow, but that is what I have to do. Alright, well, I'm just gonna assume that these are importing correctly because I'm not getting any errors. There we go. Yes, that is exactly the difference. Alright, so... we'll test these methodically when we get to playing the game. I picked 2 classes to test with today. Paladin and General. And those will be easy to get to early in the game because, of course, Seth starts as a Paladin. He's one of your first units. And Tirado is a General. He's the arc villain, so we'll get to see him at the very end, and all will be well. Although I am going to have to keep track of which units use which animations. Okay. Alright, jotted it down. Now we do the same for the female equivalent. Got a regular X here. Go ahead and write that to ROM. And got a hand axe here. Put that in, write to ROM. So that's one way of importing animations. The other way to do it is from scratch. Through the editor that they have here. And in this case, as I understand it, you simply do things frame by frame. So you can, like, right-click and then... No, wait, you actually have to open up a new editor. No, another, like, dialogue window. And then you can go about importing new frames. Just like that. I still don't understand exactly how it works, but I will come back to this. Because there is exactly one unit type that I wanted to put in the game that I couldn't find anywhere on the FE Universe database. So, that's Paladins knocked out. Now we're going to do some new animations for the General. And for that, we are not going to import anything new. We are simply going to overwrite what is... Oh, wait. I forgot to attach the animations. Whoops. Okay. And again, every single hand axe gets the exact same animation, unless for some reason you want to do it differently. That's entirely your choice. You get CC and CD. Okay. Looks good to me. Now we'll work on replacing what the General has access to. And I guess we'll just go ahead and keep male and female separate, just in case I, like, find a new female animation that I want to use in the future. But right now they're gonna be using unisex animations. And for this, yeah, we're just gonna be overwriting what's already there. And that includes the weapons that are already there. You see, the generals in the Game Boy Advance games, for some strange reason, have this chain attached to their weapon that they used to, like, throw their weapon and then pull it back. And while it's kind of a neat idea, I feel like it doesn't really belong in Fire Emblem. And we've, like, never seen this style of weapon usage before or since, to the best of my knowledge. So, I found some new animations that kind of keep to the series tradition a little bit more truly, by not only giving them, like, direct hit animations for their weapons instead of the silly chain thing, but also gives them a shield. And I'm gonna go ahead and read out the credits for this one. General Reskin is what this is called. Shield V2. Made by the Blind Archer, Dur the Vaporeon, and Nuramon. And there's also an extra couple of animations made by the Big DDD-ster, Pushwall, and another one by Dur the Vaporeon. If anyone's interested, I will share a link, but until further notice, I'm going to keep it to myself, and I'll just post a general link to the sprite repository later. So, what am I replacing? Lance. Alright, let's see if that worked. Alright, well, there's the shield. As you can see, now the general makes a big step forward and does a big thrust before stepping back. And I feel like that's a lot more appropriate. So that is what we're going to be using. And if I'm not mistaken, the generals also do this with their axes, which looks really silly. Like, I can't imagine that being practical in the slightest, so... Axe also gets a brand new set of wheels. It's even got that cool, like, plunge into the dirt animation that I like quite a lot. Alright, looks good. And we're gonna have to import this, Actually, we should only have to import the hand axe animation once. So if we go around and check, yeah, there we go. There's that, there's that, there's that, there's that. Excellent. We're also going to need a new idle animation to account for the shield. So there we go. And finally, a new sword animation. Yes. Very nice. Many thanks to the people that worked hard on these animations. I couldn't have done it myself. Like, I really couldn't. I wouldn't have had the patience to go and make all these frames. But they are there, and that is done. And now we're going to do the same for the female general, who is going to look identical, but again, we're doing this for the sake of consistency. I'm not even going to preview them this time. We're just going to go ahead and say, hey, that's the lance, that's the axe, here's the hand axe. No weapon. And sword. And I'm not going to read the credits again because it's the exact same animations as what I just imported, so... Looks good. Let's get started with the game, I almost said incorrectly. Oops! No, we actually still have a few more things to tweak. This is the last set, though. I promise. I'm getting through the opening chapters of this game tonight, okay? I guarantee you, we're going to see Chapter 8 together. Alright, so, starting on this chapter, it looks like I already did what I needed to do. We just wanted to replace the Silver Lance in Seth's inventory with something a little bit weaker, and we did. Moving on to this one, Franz, I'm going to give you a, Actually, hang on a minute. It would be easier if I just consulted my spreadsheet. Because that actually has ID numbers attached to it. So... that's going to turn into a Bronze Lance. And I had no plans on changing anything else in this chapter. It's pretty straightforward. I didn't even feel like changing any of the iron weapons into bronze weapons. I feel like the chapter is generally difficult enough as is. What was I going to change here? Vanessa, you're going to get an iron lance instead of a bronze lance. Other way around. Ross currently starts with a bolt axe, and we don't want that. That's going to turn into a bronze axe, which I actually don't have the ID number of. I have it in the wrong position. Okay, there we go. Actually, what happened was I completely failed to list that as a change. I just accidentally put the change in the original spot and left it at that. Okay. I also wanted to change a few enemies as we go. So, the bandits. There's one that spawns at 7:14 or something. Is it this guy? Yeah, it's this guy. I'm gonna give you a bronze axe. Assuming that that's not the boss, which it is not. Okay. And I wanted to do that with one of the reinforcement bandits. Yeah, this guy. Anyone else? That's all the changes I have planned for here. Moving on. I'm going to be changing the contents of a few chests, which we actually do not do on this screen. We do that in a separate menu. Alright, here we go. So, chest at 6.3 and 10.3 will be changed. So that's 6.3. I'm going to change this into a steel lance. And I'm going to change this into the thief's sword. This is going to be the only place in the game where you can get one. It feels very appropriate to put it into the bandit hideout. And that's going to be it for that. Chapter 4, only change I wanted to do here was to give Lute a tome of Hellfire instead of Fire, because she's just that talented. I feel like she deserves to start off with stronger magic. Oh, and I wanted to change the axe. So how do I do that? Well, it turns out it's actually very easy. There we go. And I think I'll also change a few of the enemy units around here. Let's see, what will I be doing? Unfortunately, I can't really fit this on the screen without obstructing the chat window. So apologies to whoever comes in and leaves the first chat message. Yeah, let's go ahead and change this again. Alright. The Bone Walker that comes in at 14 and 8. Yeah, this one I was going to give him a Bronze Lance. Same for the one that comes in at 13-9. And there's another one somewhere else. Oh, by the way, when editing on maps like this, make sure that you're choosing the chapter start event rather than any of these, because all of these refer to the monster refights that you can get into from the world map. And I'm not going to mess around with any of those for the time being. Alright, so I wanted to modify another skeleton at 2 and 7. There we go. Gonna give you a weaker sword. Just to make the opening turns of just a little bit easier. I think that's it. On to Chapter 5. The real Chapter 5. Alright, this one's gonna be a twofold job. First of all, I want this to become the gem sword, the ruby sword, so we're gonna change that. And then this guy is going to have his text string changed. I actually wrote this down. so that we can just go ahead and jump to it. We're going to go to the text editor and look for the text string 9CD. There we go, that's the villager. So here he is talking about occupation in the town. We're going to take his dialogue, like his last couple of sentences, and modify it so that it explains gem weapons instead of armor killers. I don't actually know what all I'm gonna have him say. This is gonna be an on-the-fly rewrite. One of the only ones in this ROMhack. We'll want to keep a very close eye on, like, the width of the text string to make sure that we don't overflow the text box. So here we'll have to, like, shorten this a little bit. Yeah, it's gem encrusted. Yeah, let's have him talk about how it keeps, like, bandits out. How am I gonna phrase this? Like, how about we just start a new, I think I can afford breaking that into a new, line. Nah, you know what? Just to keep bandits at bay with it. Oh, hang on a minute. This needs to be 2 lines. Yeah, is it like uncouth to have a sentence carry on past the 2-line mark? Tell you what, how about... I don't actually know what all these tags do, but I'm going to try. Let's write trade to imply buying and selling in the same breath. Okay, I think that'll do. So now we say change and write to ROM. Well, I guess we'll find out when we get to this chapter. Yeah, it's a little bit awkward writing for such tiny dialogue boxes. Kudos to the people that actually did that for a living back in the day. Gotta keep in mind the exact dimensions and, like, readability of the game that you're writing for. Alright, so another thing. I was going to change out a few weapons. This one's the boss. He'll get to keep his weapon, but his minion, I'm going to give him a weaker axe to make this opening part of the chapter a little bit easier. There's an archer elsewhere that I was going to modify. Is it this one? The one at 3 and 7. Yeah, I was going to give him a bronze bow. which is, I actually don't remember where that is. There we go. So you'll get a bronze bow, and I wanted to give this guy way up here in the corner a hand axe. Because he just kind of feels irrelevant sitting up here, so, you know, may as well give him a little bit of capability to cover for his mercenary friend down here. Yeah, okay. So we got that. I think that's all I wanted to change down here. Alright, on to the Gaiden chapter. Which, I actually didn't have that many changes I wanted to make here. It's basically just going to be taking the, giving Orson a weaker weapon. Do I want to give him iron or bronze? Iron. Every time I play this chapter in the base game, I find myself so fucking desperate for an iron weapon. Like, I never want to use the Regenlaith because it's so, you know, precious as a cavalry killing weapon. But, like, it's the only lightweight weapon you get. And there's so many lance users on this map, so I'm like, geez, why couldn't you guys have just come in with an iron lance? So I'll give one to Orson to balance things out. And then there is a chest that I wanted to modify. We're gonna give this, instead of a killer lance, a horse slayer. Later down the line, you can buy killer weapons, but horse slayers are pretty hard to come by, and they're very valuable. So I wanted to give the player one at an early point in the story. Alright, that's that. Victims of War, Chapter 6. Okay, this guy has always been a pain in my ass. He comes with a unique axe and an iron axe, and, like, he never switches to the iron axe after busting out the better weapon. And it's like, Jesus Christ, I can't do anything with this. I want him to give me the special axe, but he just won't switch. So we're taking the iron axe out of his inventory to make it a guarantee that he'll use and drop the special axe. So we got that done. Cavalier around here, one of the Cavalier reinforcements, I was thinking of giving a better weapon. I think it's this guy. Yeah. He only gets the one weapon anyway, so may as well make it a little bit tougher. Ooh, that reminds me. I wanted to go ahead and give a minor buff to the soldier class. Completely slipped my mind before. But yeah, I always thought it was really dumb that by default, soldiers are too wimpy to use iron lances. I'm like, come on, man, what the hell are you doing? So we're gonna go ahead and tweak that. As soon as I find them, where is he? There we go. You're gonna go from 6 Constitution at base to 8. And hopefully that'll make them, like, slightly threatening? Yeah, probably not, but hey, we can try. Alright, where was I? Right, tweaking enemies on this map. So, okay, these guys. Poison Axe now has a different effect, to where it deals damage after combat. And in this position, that's going to be really hazardous to the player's health, especially given that this is a Fog of War map. So we're basically going to be switching the inventories of these two fighters. That guy's going to get the Steel Axe, and this guy down here is going to get the Poison Axe, because it's very likely that this will be one of the first enemies that you engage with. So may as well have that right there as like a simple tutorial on how poison weapons work. You know, you'll take a hit, but it'll be early enough in the chapter to where it won't be that big of a frustration. And then this guy, most instances of Thunder, I'm going to overwrite with Hellfire. Because the way I've rebalanced things, Thunder is like a long-range tome, and Hellfire is, you know, your basic upgrade in power tome. Alright, that's it for Chapter 6. Chapter 7, same deal with this mage. Several mages, in fact. Wait. I did write that down right? Yeah, okay. There's an archer elsewhere that I wanted to weaken a little bit. Yeah, this guy. You're gonna get a bronze bow because you're the lowest level archer on the map. And I had one more. Where is he? One of these mercenaries I was gonna give a better weapon. How about you? There we go. You'll get an iron blade. Alright, and finally, Chapter 8. Finally, we get around to modifying this one. I'm actually going to leave the chest contents mostly alone, with one exception. If you are playing smart, then you will come into this chapter with a silver sword already. So instead, I'm going to replace that with a hammer. I'm really surprised that you don't get one before this point in time. They're, like, only available in one specific shop. They never give them to you naturally, and I find that weird. So, here's where a hammer is going to go. And beyond that, I have a lot of modifications I was going to make on this map, actually, so bear with me. Go back to the unit editor. Let's see here. Maybe I should go by coordinates. So, one of these mages... Actually, just the mage reinforcements in general. I was going to... Well, those aren't reinforcements. Is that who I wanted to change? 7 and 3? I wrote down coordinates for all these guys. Yeah. I wanted to do what I was doing before and change out thunders for Hellfires. So... Oops. Wrong one. Alright, what else? There's a mage at like 1 and 8. Oh, that would be you. Got that done. Shaman. The shaman in the room I was going to give a slightly more powerful weapon. If only I could remember where it is. I think it's near the end of the list. Yeah, there we go. I'll put that there to give players a taste of the Shadow Grip tome. Got 3 mages out of the way, got the chest out of the way. Knights. I was going to modify a couple of the knights in the main room, including giving one of them the coveted guard lance. He won't drop it. This is just a uniquely beneficial thing that he'll have access to. It'll be like a mini-boss in this room. So that's what you'll get. And... you, I'm gonna give a steel lance instead of an iron lance. And then you, I'm gonna give an iron lance instead of a steel lance. I don't know, it just makes more sense to me. And then one of them I was going to give a javelin. No, wait. No, I was going to give both of them javelins. That's what it was. Yeah, 23... No, wait a minute. Why can't I get this straight? Hold on a minute. 23 gets the Iron Lance. This guy gets the javelin. At 18-3. And a knight at 10-5 gets a different thing. Right, you are also getting a javelin. And finally, one of these archers is going to get their longbow exchanged for a short bow. Honestly, probably won't be all that effective for him, but I felt like the amount of longbows on this map was getting a little bit out of hand. And I think that'll do it. It took me about an hour and a half, but I think we're finally ready to get started. Golly. I almost don't know what to say. Well, first of all, we can shut this down, and we can finally, at long last, run the game. But before I do that, before we get too far into it, Yeah, there we go. Wanted to make sure that we got this as its own little window. Oh, you guys can enjoy the intro whilst I get things situated here. Oops. Wow, they just give you a preview of every unit in the game, don't they? Now, if I can just get this centered horizontally. Hold on a minute. Let me, like, make absolutely sure I got this right. Wow. After all this time, finally. Hey, maybe during the class reel we'll get to see one of the new animations I ported in. Maybe not. I don't think that I can do anything to adjust the volume in the editor itself. Or, sorry, in the thing itself. So give me a second. We're gonna drop that to about half and see how we feel. Wow, I never noticed how divided these audio channels were before. Hey, speaking of which, can I muck about with that? I've never been able to understand how the audio channels work in Game Boy Advance. Well, that does something. I think that's just a division between left and right. Well, I won't mess with it too much. Hey, here's a preview of some of the monsters that we'll be seeing. I wonder if there's any actual, like, changes that are going to be poking through. Like, changes that I made to unit base stats. I'm quite certain I didn't do much of anything with the monsters, though. I certainly didn't touch their base stats all that much. Okay, that's the intro. We're going to start a new game, and we're going to start it on difficult. That is what the difficulty of this hack is going to be based around. So I guess at this point, we're finally turning this stream session into an actual, like, playthrough of the game, so let's go. The continent of Magval. For some 800 years, a quiet peace reigned in the absence of the terrible darkness. The sacred stones have been passed from generation to generation. Nations have been built around their power and their legacy. The kingdom of Renais, ruled by Fedor, the peerless warrior king. I actually have the debugger here to my left, so I can, like, read ahead if I want to. The kingdom of Frelia, ruled by Hayden, the venerable sage king. He's not actually a sage. He's technically a ranger. The kingdom of Jehanna, ruled by Ishmael, queen of the White Dunes. The theocracy of Rouston, ruled by Mansell, the divine emperor. The Grado Empire, ruled by Vigard, the stalwart silent emperor. They use a lot more dark tones in these, in the Sacred Stones compared to the other Game Boy Advance games, and I appreciate it. Like, Vigard there was clearly wearing, like, black. And you couldn't do that on most other Game Boy Advance titles. It had to be, like, a dark purple or something. These 5 countries house the power of the sacred stones. They are joined by the emerging mercantile republic of Corsino. In these times of peace, tales of past conflict have drifted into legend, and memories of the ancient dark arts have all but evaporated. It is now the year 803. In an instant, the whole of Magville is threatened by an unexpected atrocity. The Cradle Empire, the largest of the Sacred Stone nations, has invaded the Kingdom of Renais under orders from Emperor Vigard. A longtime ally of Grado, Renais is caught off guard, unable to mount any resistance. Grado's forces move quickly, seizing one territory after another. Compounding King Phaedo's worries, his son, Prince Ephraim, has gone missing. Grado's momentum carries its armies to the gates of Castle Renais itself. Renais will fall. It is inevitable. Did I mention that I removed the noise filter from my microphone today? I was really not happy with how my mic's been sounding this past, year. And since tonight I have the house to myself, I don't need to run the fan to mask my voice. I can just chill out, be myself, and not have to worry about canceling out any, background fan audio. That does mean that a lot of other unintentional noises are going to get caught on the mic, such as gulping. I can't help but notice that every time that I, Here, let me try it with some water right now. Yeah, that picked up on the microphone somehow. Anyway. Your Majesty, Ganon and his minions have seized the island of Coridai. Emperor Vigard's forces are within the castle walls. I understand. The garrison has fallen. We've lost contact with Prince Ephraim and can expect no aid from his men. Your Majesty, what are we to do? What else can we do? Order your men to lay down their arms. I'm gonna have to up the text speed ASAP. Father! Irica, are you wearing the bracelet I gave you? Yes, I have it right here. Good. Seth? Yes, Your Majesty. Take Irica and head for Frelia. King Hayden is an honorable man. I trust he will keep you safe. Understood. And what of Your Majesty? Me? I shall remain here. We have long held Grado among our dearest allies, yet now they attack? I must know why. Am I somehow responsible for this? Have I erred in my leadership? Renais is mine to guide. How could I have failed her so? Father, you can't stay. You mustn't. If you remain behind, then so shall I. Go now, Sith. Ride! Take her to safety. Father! Forgive me, Your Highness. And so it begins. I can identify a few of these characters without even seeing their portraits. Ephraim, Irica, you must survive. But it's not over yet. General Seth! Franz, ride ahead and bring word of our coming to Frelia. Sorry, I have to, slow myself down a little bit in order to read these. Actually, you know what I could do is just, cheat. And read the, read my cues before they show up in the text editor. A single rider has better odds of passing unseen by Grado's men. Convey to the throne all that has happened here, and petition for reinforcements. Understood. Princess Irica, we must... Quickly, behind me! You there, with the girl. Tell me, would that be the wayward Princess of Renais? Well, this must be my lucky day. You're a dead man. The wench goes with me. Never! Alright, how's this gonna go? I am Volter, the Moonstone, Grado's finest general. And you're just a corpse who does not know he is dead. Alright, scripted battle went according to plan. Good. No! Such terrible wounds, and still he holds to his duty. How entertaining. Fly away, little man. Fly away. Try to outrun death. More time to savor the hunt. And the kill. I'm way out of practice with voicing this kind of dialogue. Princess Irica, this way. I can see no more of Grado's men. If we've made it this far, we've surely earned a moment's rest. Please, forgive my grabbing you so brusquely earlier. Don't be foolish, Seth. If it weren't for you, I never would have made it out of the castle. You are the reason I'm still alive. You have my gratitude. And whoever that man was, he was clearly after me. It's my fault that you have received such a grave wound. Allow me to treat it. Your Highness, I can't allow an injury like this to be an obstacle. We have more important matters to attend to. We must press on to Frelia. We must fulfill His Majesty's wishes. I wonder how my father fares alone in the castle. Do you think he's safe? And what of my brother on the Grado front? We've heard nothing from him for days. Yeah, this feels a little bit weird that I can outpace the text box. King Fado and Prince Ephraim are both valiant and brave men. I doubt even the might of Grado, the Grado Empire, can hold them in check. More important to me, Your Highness, is that you look to your own safety. How sad the two of them would be if something were to happen to you. We must reach Frelia to ensure the day of your happy reunion. Yes, of course. You're right. Until I'm reunited with my father and my brother, I must not despair. Come, Seth, let us go. Oops. Once we cross that bridge, we will be in Frelia, near Bordo Moulon. Let us proceed, Princess Irica. Your Highness, I won't lie to you. This will not be an easy ride. Please, take this rapier. If something should happen to me... Oh, hey, you can break up sentences. I see, okay. You must continue to Frelia, alone if need be. You're there! Renais dogs! Where do you think you're going? Grado's men. Stand back, Princess Irica. It's alright, Seth. I'm also observing, like, the dialogue tags that are showing up here. I'll show you what I mean. So, like, for example, when Irica, like, popped up from behind Seth, that tag that says open left, triggered. So, in the event that I ever need to write a custom scene, I'm gonna try to keep this stuff in mind. My brother has taught me something of swordplay. I will stand with you. And so it began. That's a start, but, not a very good one. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just, have Seth deal the opening fight. Hey, wait a minute. The battle music has been overwritten. Oh. Okay, that is not what I meant to have happen when I patched in that one patch. Yeesh. I thought that I triggered something that would turn the game into, you know, something to where I could, you know, start battle music and then end it on the same note. So, oops. Let's go ahead and tweak that real quick. Let me see. Which tag was that? Yeah, don't mind that. That's just a note for later. Was it this one? Yeah, here we go. So one of these patches needs to go. Here we go, that one. See, I thought that said something else. Maybe I wrote it down wrong. So, let's see here. Between map and combat. So, I've already got this installed, but what if I wanted to uninstall it? Okay, let's try it. Choose a recovery ROM before installing this patch. Uninstallation is not guaranteed. Yeesh. I guess we'll just pick this as the backup. Oh. Oh boy. Tell you what, let's go ahead and save our changes so far. And, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this. I'm gonna try to load up a base copy of the ROM. If I can remember where the hell I put it. I've got my ROM split across, like, 3 different directories now. Okay, Game Boy Advance, Sacred Stones. I'm just gonna copy this and drop it into the same folder. Okay. Yeah, I'm nervous about this. I didn't realize that was gonna happen. I completely misinterpreted the nature of this patch. So we're gonna do this, and... Huh? Hang on, why didn't I do that before? I guess that worked? Maybe that only displayed because I didn't save my progress up until that point? I don't know. Well, let's see what happens when we continue. Oh. Well, that's not so great. Yeah, that didn't go according to plan at all. Unless, what if the battle music has been set to the wrong value? Because I did install a patch that would allow me to change music by chapter, so... Yeah, let's see if I can figure out what's going on here. We do have a chapter editor. Here we go. Okay, is there... I need to locate the, BGMs. Okay, somehow that changed. How the fuck? Oops. Oh no, am I gonna have to do this for every single chapter? Like, how did this happen? I mean, I guess it's alright that that's there, because now I can give every single chapter a unique battle music if I wanted to. Um, oh yeah, this is wrong too. Uh, oh no. Oh no, I didn't realize that this was going to be a problem. Okay, where is the battle preparation music? I need to just go ahead and, like, throw that everywhere. On every chapter, because otherwise I'm gonna forget, and it's gonna be weird. Uh... I should be hearing something right now. Hmm. Okay, well, I'm gonna assume that that's correct. So we're just gonna go ahead and copy-paste all of these. I suppose that's an unintended consequence of installing the patch. However, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So the problem wasn't that the patch was installed. The problem was that the BGM was the same between battling and the map. So okay, I guess we'll install it a second time and see how this does. Where'd the chapter editor go? All right, so bear with me. Gonna have to patch each and every one of these. Oh god, how did it come to this? All I wanted was to introduce a little bit of spice into life. It's gonna take a while, so I guess I'll play some music while we do this. Now I feel like I'm compelled to actually go and seek out new music to patch in, so that I can actually take advantage of these patches that I've been fooling around with. Otherwise, this effort that I'm going through right now is going to feel like a waste. Oops. This is going to take twice as long as you think it will, because there are 2 copies of every single map beyond Chapter 8. Even after the twins reunite halfway through the game, or 2/3 way through the game, there are subtle differences on some maps, depending on whose story you are following. Well, I guess that speaks for itself, if you look at the cutscenes. Because certainly the focus of the narrative does change a little bit between Irika and Ephraim. And not only that, but the personality of the main villain also changes a little bit depending on who you pick. The game's quite unique like that. You know, maybe I could copy that idea for my own game project that I have in mind. At first, my idea was to make, like, a big branching path thing, where, like, 1/3 of the way through the game you get a choice of 2 branches, and then 2/3 of the way you get a choice between, or, like, halfway, you get a choice between 3 branches, and then eventually all of them unite onto one of 2 paths. But doing things in the style of this game would make a lot of sense, because I basically have 2 key protagonists who have very different sides of the story to tell. So that would indeed be quite interesting to observe in action. I can't believe that I ran into a problem before even finishing the prologue chapter. Just my luck, huh? This is why it was important for me to document every single change that I made. You know, sure, I can observe things and experiment off-stream, but in order for this to be like a learning tool for aspiring ROM hackers, I have to document everything. Absolutely no idea why these maps are so disconnected from the rest of the game. It's like they were edited in post or something. Alright, I'm pretty sure none of these other maps are playable, so we're done with that. Now we're going to assign the correct battle BGMs. Those being 1A and 19. It's going to be a little annoying to do because there are 2 spots for text rather than 1. But so be it. I think this is also incorrect for the NPC battle theme. Oh no, wait, that's oh, hang on a minute. That wasn't an individual option before, was it? Huh. Now I have the opportunity to insert all new music for when NPCs get into combat. Interesting. Very interesting, but I don't think I'm actually going to be taking advantage of that. So we're just going to be defaulting to number 19. Yeah, if I do nothing, that's just gonna be... Well, hang on a minute. In this one case, would it be alright to leave them as being the same? Huh. Nah. Nah. I've made my decision. Nah. We're just gonna stick with the regular attack and defense themes. Even for NPCs. I'll tell you what, though. This raises a very cool possibility in allowing the battle music to change depending on whether you take Irika's path or Ephraim's. Oh shit, that's a golden opportunity for me to, like, write an original remix of the battle music. I don't know if I'm up to the task, but I can certainly try. I wonder if someone's already done that. Would it... Oh man, I could write a new piece of battle music for every phase of the game. You know? Like, have one for, the opening chapters, have one for Ephraim chapters, one for Irika chapters, and one for the late game chapters. And hell, I could even have one for the Tower and the Ruins. Oh man, the possibilities are suddenly becoming so broad. I could greatly expand on this game's soundtrack if I wanted to. Oh man, as exciting as this is, I gotta try and stow it a little bit for tonight. Because I gotta focus, get this part out of the way, so that we don't have to worry about it ever again. I really did not see myself, I did not foresee myself fixing the BGM of all things. But, here we are. You know, I might actually start doing tab swapping. Let's see, how many tabs does it take to get from here to there? Yeah, just 2 tabs. I don't know why I haven't been doing that this whole time. Sorry, 3 tabs. Yep, that's a lot faster. That's why these keyboard shortcuts exist. I don't think I need to worry about this because, like, there's a default BGM override with boss enemies. So, yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Swap over to the different BGM while we're at it. Incidentally, I went and looked at the information that's out there on the prototype ROM that was made for this game, and it's interesting to see, as with many games, all the changes that took place from beginning to finish. Some things are a little bit more well-known, such as Irika having a very different visual design, not only on her portrait, but also on her battle animations, where she was more of a sword swinger than a sword thruster. In fact, depending on how you want to interpret it, she arguably swung more wildly than Lyn did. The noble lady of the plains. Oops. One too many tabs. A lot of the maps were different, it turns out, and a lot of maps ended up getting recycled from the prototype ROM into alternate locations. Especially with the tower and ruins levels. They also used a lot of the existing sprites, as you might guess, from previous Game Boy Advance games, and a lot of them look a lot uglier for it. Like, this game just overall has such a more pleasant on the eyes palette compared to the other Game Boy Advance Fire Emblems. Like, if I ever replay a prior GBA Fire Emblem here on stream, I'm definitely gonna want to look for, like, a color patch, if nothing else. Like, the first one in particular just looks so ugly to me. So washed out. I hate it. I mean, I love the game. Just don't really like the way it looks. Alright, getting close to the end. Seeing as how we've established that I don't need that weird backup ROM, I just went ahead and erased it. Since clearly we are not going to be using it today. Come to think of it, do NPC units even get battle animations? I can't even remember. I'm trying to remember, and I feel like it always just defaults to the map animation. We're gonna go ahead and save the changes that we've made. Yep, and we're gonna test again. I see no errors. That's good. Alright, let's learn to respect a true warrior. On the next turn, I'm gonna let him come to me. Well, the boss music works. I should have expected as much. I guess we're not gonna get our question answered until we move on to Chapter 1. Alright, can we get a critical hit? That is the question. I'm just gonna defend on these 3 turns to get Irika as much EXP as possible. Almost got him. Oh yeah, here's a quirky little thing that I learned. In the tutorial for the prototype, there was a soldier on this particular map that would get into a scripted battle with Irika, and she would be at low HP, and would be scripted to dodge the attack of the spear every single time. I guess maybe they were trying to teach about the weapon triangle at that early stage, but I don't know. Princess, are you injured? Yeah, now we're gonna get back into the game for a little bit. What? Oh, no, I'm fine, Seth. But you look so pale. I'm fine, fine. This is war, isn't it? It's not at all like the games I used to play with Brother or Lion. I didn't know it would be this savage. Are words useless? Is strength all that matters? It's so sad. Why would the Great Empire do this? To what end would they start a war? I actually kind of wish I could get a medium text speed between, normal and fast. Princess. Don't worry, Seth. I won't give in to sorrow. Let's get moving. I'm not broken, and I won't stop until I see Renais restored. I won't stop until I'm reunited with my father and my brother. Alright, back on task. Meanwhile, Princess Tana, Grado's fortress are approaching. What, so soon? We've had no time. My lady, we lack the arms to defend this place. You must return to Castle Frelia. I can't, not yet. We haven't found Irika and her companions yet. Irika is my friend, and she needs my help. I won't abandon her. Oh, I know. Go and ask King Hayden for more troops. Yes, Your Highness. Irika, please be safe. Commander Brigitte, the enemy appears to be fortifying its position in the castle. They are tenacious, but they have no hope of stopping our advance. What are your orders, sir? Ha! Orders? You just stand there and watch. I'll crush them myself. As you command, sir. Die. Wait, that's a 128. Uh-oh. What? The fuck? That wasn't supposed to... Oh. That was weird. Why did a ghost get a counterattack? That's a bug that I don't know what to do with. That's what happens when you face my lance. That ghost is gonna haunt me for a while. Stop right there! Call off your forces and turn back, or you'll have me to deal with! Is that so? And who might you be? Who? I am Tana, Princess of Frelia. I will not permit you to abuse my country any longer. Frelia's royal brat, huh? How convenient. Leave this castle immediately. If you harm me, my father and brother will chase you to the earth's end. Yes, I've heard how King Hayden dotes on his precious little daughter. Let's see how true that is. You'll make a fine hostage, my dear. Seize the girl and lock her up. Right away, sir. No, let me go! Seth, look. I see it. Seems like Grado's army has already reached Frelia. Princess, this place is perilous. We should bypass Mulan altogether and head straight to the castle. We can't just ignore this. You were there when Renais was invaded. You saw what I saw. You saw how people suffered at the hands of Grado's soldiers. Homes were destroyed, possessions stolen, women kidnapped. Anyone who resisted was executed without question, without hesitation. Please, Seth, I can't allow that to happen here. I don't want to see any more people harmed by Grado's atrocities. Alright, Princess, I understand. Perhaps we can retake Mulan. But, Princess, you must act with caution. Your people need you, too. Of course, Seth. Come on, let's go. So, there is actually one more major thing that I completely forgot about that I kind of want to go ahead and take care of. Oh boy, this is going to take some explanation. Alright, so when it comes to stat bonuses attached to weapons, you can't just input them right here. You need an entirely new editor for that. So you go to stat boost. I clicked on it, but nothing happened. Hold on. Maybe I have to click on something that already assigns stat boost values? There we go. Okay. So, let's start off with... Let us start off with a new pointer. Wait, what? If you want to add an item, please add it from the new stat bust. Oh, so you can just do it from the item editor. Oops. Okay. Well, for bronze weapons, they had an Oh, so you click that, and then you click this. Space allocated, please allocate a value from the stat booster screen. Well, this is a little bit dumb. Why do I have to go through this over and over? Alright, whatever. So, bronze weapons in the Fire Emblem Fates games would give the holder a significant boost to critical evasion at the cost of, if I remember correctly, disabling critical hits altogether. So, what I am going to do is assign a 10 luck bonus and a 20 skill penalty, along with giving the weapon an absurdly high hit rate, in order to make it as though, you know, it's as accurate as it ought to be, but you have, like, almost no chance of getting a critical hit or triggering a skill while you have it. So, this right here is going to be the stat boost for all bronze weapons, as well as the fire spell. So we're going to go ahead and flip through this. Put this down wherever we need to. I am not going to make a bronze equivalent for dark and light magic, but fire will be the exception, or anima, sorry. And then I think bronze bow and bronze axe are the only other things that I have this stat change applied to. Alright, so there's that. And then we're going to make another new one for steel weapons. Actually, let me make sure I've got that right. On my spreadsheet, I have every, like, stat boost change, like, named. So if I search for the bronze tag, I'll see that it is attached to the bronze bow, bronze axe, bronze sword, bronze lance, fire, and that's it. But if I search for steel, there's going to be a lot more results, so I'm going to be careful about that. Guess I better put on more music once again. Yeah, how about I go for something a little bit different this time? Well, more Fire Emblem music always works, I suppose. Alright, so the stat modification for steel weapons is pretty predictable. It's just, you know, a -3 to speed. And that's literally it. But that's important. We're going to be attaching this to, a lot of weapons, including the Iron Blade and the Steel Blade. Oh boy, yeah, this is gonna take a while. Can I just, like, highlight all of them? There we go, that helps. Kind of. Alright, and then we apply it again to the Steel Lance. And the spear. Yeah, like, B-ranked throwing weapons will also have this stat applied to them. And something very different will be applied to the ordinary throwing weapons, which I will get to soon. Alright, so Steel Axe has that property, Tomahawk has that property. Steel Bow has this property. I feel kind of bad that my playthrough is being split so heavily. But whatever, I'll just make like a supercut after I'm done. Yeah, I'll make a supercut after uploading the archives that just stitches together the entire playthrough. So that's also going to be applied to both Thunder and Hellfire. And Shine. And what else? The Short Spear. Way further down the list. Here we go. And finally, the Shadow Grip. It's basically going to be treated like a steel weapon. And same will apply to the Short Axe. Alright, so there's another one down. Next up, we're going to have a stat modifier applied to silver weapons. That being, that being no adjustment to power, a reduction to skill, and a reduction to luck. Both of which are to make criticals harder to land and easier to receive. So we got that. Now we'll copy this. And I'm going to search my spreadsheet for everything with the silver tag. And again, it's pretty much what you would expect. We have it on the silver sword, silver lance, etc. Wait. How did I pick the wrong one by mistake? Oops. Alright, so I got that. Silver axe, of course. Silver bow. This gets assigned the silverish stat attribute. And so does Gleipnir. Wait, no, Fenrir. There we go. Any others? Nope, that's it for the silver tagged weapons. Next, I actually have a very specific stat change applied to the steel... the silver blade. So that is going to have the combined properties of steel and silver. So a reduction to speed, luck, and skill. To compensate for it being like one of the strongest weapons in the game. And it's the only one that has those properties, so we got that. Brave weapons get a new stat modifier. And that is very simply to severely reduce the defenses of whoever uses it. It's supposed to be a high-risk, high-reward kind of weapon. So, we'll take this and apply it to... I think just the 4 brave weapons, and that's it. Yeah, that, and... I actually forgot to mark it down on my spreadsheet. That's a mistake. And that's it. Okay, literally just those 4 weapons. There we go. Alright, I will take a moment to adjust the music. Well, this is appropriate, I reckon. Oh man, I can't wait for the Advance Wars remakes to come out. Alright, killer weapons. Killer weapons will be given the very basic modification of reducing the user's critical evasion. I think that's only fair. Alright, yep, we got that. And we're gonna apply that to... quite a few weapons, I think. Alright, Killing Edge, Killer Lance, the usual suspects. Killer Axe. Killer Bow, of course. I think I forgot to write that down for the Killer Bow, too. How in the world? Wow, I just fell asleep at the wheel when jotting down silver weapons on my spreadsheet. But yeah, also applies to the Killer Bow. And Aura is classified as a killer weapon, so it also gets the modification. Huh. Apparently I assigned this to the Vengeful Axe as well. Which I'm actually not too sure of. Huh. Yeah, why did I put it there? I'm gonna temporarily say that that was a lapse in judgment, and I'm not gonna put it on the Vengeful Axe. Well, alright then, that's literally just 4 weapons that I've attached that to. Fine, whatever. What's next? Alright, so-called effective weapons. This is gonna be a little bit interesting. The idea is to try and do what Fire Emblem Fates did, and make these weapons, you know, do their usual full impact damage on their intended target, but if you use it on something that it's not super effective against, then its damage is weaker. And the way we're going to do that is by assigning a really high might value to the weapon, while also assigning a debuff to strength and magic. Now, I might have to go back and, you know, change these further down the road, to make sure that they are, in fact, still capable of one-hit KOing their intended targets. But until then, this is how we're going to do it. if it works as intended, then it should do, like, slightly less damage to whatever it's supposed to kill, and very weak damage against what it's not intended to kill. Because if I don't do that, then they're just going to be seen as, like, alternates to steel weapons. And in some cases, maybe even better alternatives to steel weapons, because they don't inflict, like, a speed decrease or anything like that. Alright, so we got it on the Worm Slayer, Horse Slayer, Hammer. I'm also going to put it on the Sword Slayer. Which, since I'm doing that, you know what? I might as well bump up the power a notch or two. Help distinguish it from the Sword Reaver. Any others? Yes, I was also going to attach it to Fissure. Here we go. And was I also going to put it on Air Caliber? Yes, I was. But what about Dragon Blight? Did I forget to attach it to that? I think maybe I did. Let's see here. Oh, I have something special attached to Dragon Blight. Wait, really? Why? No, we don't need a new pointer for that. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it needed its own special pointer, but it most certainly does not. So, Dragon Blight, Air Caliber, and Fissure. That's one effective damage weapon for each of the types of magic. I felt like they needed it. So, we got that out of the way. Next up is the so-called Slayer weapons, aka Monster Killer weapons. Which I think is just, yeah, that's just the 4 that were in the base game. Shadow Killer, Bright Lance, Fade and Cleaver, and Beacon Bow. Those will be getting a new modifier. A new modifier which decreases their base power. I think I'm not going to apply the penalty to magic. Because, like, units that are using it are going to have a difficult time properly taking advantage of their own magic stats. So that feels like an unnecessary punishment for the Beacon Bow, since I've classified it as a magic weapon. So there we go. It's a mild debuff to defense, just to try to discourage people from spamming it too much on Tower and Ruins maps. I probably still will, because it doesn't do anything to your speed. So if you can achieve like a 100% dodge rate, then you may as well go ahead and equip them. Nothing's going to be able to touch you anyway. Let's see here. Next is... I have a specific tag listed here that says no criticals. Which is going to be a little bit different from the bronze weapons in that they don't give a boost to, critical evasion. So this is where a lot of the magic weapons are going to end up. Alright, so this is a very basic, just, minus 20 to skill. Make it so that you can't get criticals or trigger special skills with them. And they will have higher than average hit rates to make up for it. I may have to come back and lower it even further in the future, but we'll see. The Rune Sword in particular is just so easy to abuse if you don't give it some kind of drawback, such as, severely gimping your ability to hit with it. This is also the classification for ranged weapons, such as hand axes and javelins. So again, no crits. Javelin, hand axe, bolt axe. Can't forget about that one. Short bow will also fall into this category, because I have changed it to be a 1 to 2 range weapon. Nosferatu definitely gets this treatment. Any others? The Storm Sword, further down, will also be treated as such. Alright, got that. And finally, the Flame Lance. Alright, got that done. And I think that's about it. Like, everything past that point is, like, stat boosters and legendary weapons. Which I don't think I need to bother with. Yeah, we'll revisit these at a later date, but for now, those are the stat modifiers for all the weapons. So, let's run the game again. Alrighty. Alright, there we go. Yep. The debuff is being applied. One of these guys might have an bronze lance that I can look at. Nope, never mind. But Franz will come in with one, and that's when we will examine it in its full glory. Hey, Seth, what do you know about villages? The rumors are true, aren't they? The Great Worm has taken over the castle. It looks like they've seized the castle gate, too. Smart work. The gate provides defense and heals wounds to boot. They must be fierce warriors to have taken the gate. Watch yourself. I might as well check out all the villages that I can, just to make sure that nothing, like, broke. Is that the Princess of Renais? Ha! It's really my lucky day. Fame and fortune ride to meet me. Move on, you slugs. Bring that girl to me. The music is fixed. But is it? We still have to check on whether or not the music continuation works as intended. Sir Gilliam, is that Mulan? Have we reached Freylia's border already? Aye, we have. Her finest Princess Tana should be inside the castle. Oh, look, the countryside is crawling with Grado soldiers. Where's the castle guard? Has Mulan fallen? Are we too late? Too tough to say from here. Princess Tana's in no danger if they want her as a bargaining tool. We men of the Eastern Watch will see her to safety. Yes, of course. We mustn't give up. We must move. We must retake the castle. Then we ride forth to Princess Irika's aid. I've stronger armor than you do. I'll take the lead. Watch my back! Alright, you... Let's see if Wary Fighter works as intended. Oh wait, never mind. He's not going to be able to double attack anything anyway. Ha! I can already see the changes paying off. This dude is finally, at long last, strong enough to be able to carry his stupid lance without tripping over himself. I'm so proud. Alright, uh-oh. I was afraid of this. So it looks like we are actually going to have to reduce the length of these text strings. Yeah, who knew? You can fit the word silver into a weapon name, but you can't do it for bronze. Well, we'll just have to deal with that for now. So yeah, if we look at it this way, Franz with the Iron Sword, that's an accuracy of 101. Switch over to this. And it's 126. It's higher than I expected because of the bonus to luck, which helps to boost accuracy even further. Alright, cool. That's pretty much working as intended. And yeah, critical hit rate drops all the way to 0. Perfect. Hey, the name displays properly on the battle screen at least. Yeah, get them crits. Alright, and Seth, you go ahead and visit the other village. That knight encamped at the castle was wearing the finest armor I've ever seen. It looked like it could turn aside almost any blade you swing at it. I know my armor, though. I'd wager a good rapier or armor slayer could get through it. Maybe I should change that, too. In fact, I think I will. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna visit that village again and take note of the dialogue. We'll find the ID number, and then track it down and modify it to say hammer instead of armor slayer. Ooh, you guys are feeling frisky, huh? It is so satisfying to see the changes that I planned, you know, going according to plan. It's just very, very satisfying. I'm amazed that Irika has already gotten 2 points of defense. That's usually one of her hardest stats to level up. Alright, this apparently is, What the hell text string is this? Can I double-click it? Yes, I can! Yes, I can. Wait, no, I can't. Hello? Show me the ID number. Well, I see a number, but I don't know if it's correct. Let's see here. I'm just gonna go ahead and jump to text editor. And I see 15C. So let's see if that's the correct pointer. No. 15C points to the text alter. Shoot. What is this event? You know what? You know what? There's an easier way to do this. I could just look up the village coordinates. There we go. I'm going to be taking lots of these kinds of notes while I play, so I hope you guys don't mind. For some reason, I didn't think that soldier was going to come for me. Alright, well, hang in there, kiddo. Huh. Yeah, the battle BGM does not continue from where it left off like I thought it would. Oh boy. Did I install the patch wrong or something? It says it installed correctly. Huh. Well, I don't know what I can do different about that. I guess it just doesn't work like I thought it did. Oh yeah, let's try talking and see what happens. Princess Irika, it's good to see you're well. Franz, you made it through unscathed. Yes, your highness. I met up with Sir Gilliam of Frelia and explained the situation in Renais. He told me that Princess Tana was in danger as well, here in Mulan. We rode as swiftly as we could. Tana is here? Franz, we must hurry. Understood. And then you also have a talkie dialogue. Is that you, Franz? I'm relieved to see that you're still in one piece. Yes, and you as well, General. As long as you lead us, sir, the Knights of Renais cannot lose. Franz, you and I must work together to protect Princess Irica. I want you to ride with us. Sir, with honor, sir! I think this was one of the first, like, instances in the game that really charmed me when I first played it as a kid, or a teenager or whatever. I was like, wow, these generic dudes on my team, they can have, like, little conversations with each other. That's really, really cool. Oh, if only I had known the series history with these kinds of conversations, I would have been like, what? You can get married and have children if you talk often enough in a chapter? Well, that's crazy! There we go. Reinforcements! Justice rocket, backpack rocket, rocket, fire! Alright, let them come to me. You know what, just for the sake of saving a wee bit of time. Yeah, you can just sit here, tank 2 attacks, and use one of your vulneraries. That way, Irica can get the healing on the fortress, and we'll all be fine. So I think I understand now what the intention of the patch was. Not to pick up Battle BGM where it left off, but rather prevent Battle BGM from starting from the beginning if its ID is the same as, you know, the map music. Which is understandable. I may end up doing that. I might not. We'll see. Man, this is supposed to be hard difficulty? I feel like enemies are still too weak. I shouldn't be able to just clobber them with a bronze lance like that. Maybe it's just Franz. Maybe Franz starts with too high of a base strength, because 7 is pretty darn good. Yeah, he's only a few points behind Gilliam. I might consider nerfing Franz's base stats a little bit. Yeah, I want to see how he starts compared to other Cavaliers from the series history, because he seems way too strong. Especially given that I'm trying to, like, slate Cavaliers as being, like, you know, they are versatile, but otherwise not that useful. Alright, I'm gonna wait... Oh, never mind. Never mind. Franz is not completely indestructible. He will have a bit of difficulty against Bossman here. So we'll wait another turn and see if Irica can get the kill. By the way, I mentioned this last time, but every single time I try to soften this guy up with Seth, Seth gets a fucking critical hit. I swear it happens every single time. Watch, he's gonna do it on the second attack. Oh, he didn't do it this time! How about that? Alright, well in that case, Gilliam, you can trade a few blows. You know what I could have done? This would have been an excellent spot to plant Irica, so that she can give a passive boost with the charisma skill. Alright, let's see if Irica can get the killing blow. Maybe. Yeah, there you go. Finally, she gets the crit that she deserves. This cannot be! Still haven't caught a point in strength. Oh well. Hey, they recolored the C's text. Princess Tana! Sir Gilliam! I'm sorry. I never meant to cause you such trouble. It was no trouble. I live to serve, Princess. Tana! Irika? Is that really you? Tana, what are you doing so far from Castle Freya? I heard that Renais had fallen, and I was so worried. But I'm glad to see that you're safe. Wait, where is Ephraim? Is he well? I wish I knew. You haven't heard from him? Oh, I hope he's not been harmed. Come, we must go to Castle Freya. My Lord Father may know something. Thank you, Tana. Alright, we're making decent progress. We still got... I'm gonna give myself one more hour of live streaming to try and finish all available chapters. Irika and her companions have liberated the Border Castle. Alongside Princess Tana of Freya, they ride to the Frelian capital. Oh, Tana, I'm grateful to see that you're safe and home again. You have no idea how I worried when I heard you were under attack at Border Mulan. You are not to leave again without my permission. Do you understand? Don't be mad, Father. Look, I come bearing good news. Irika, come out now. King Hayden, I am pleased to see you again, even in these sad times. Ah, Irika, it does my heart good to see you safe. Thank you. I was able to escape before the Castle Renais fell. But I'm not sure if my father... Yes, I have received word of your father. Your Highness? Please tell me, is my father well? My friend King Fredo did not survive the fall of Renais Castle. No, it cannot be. Rest assured, Grado will be punished for its cowardly act. This is Frelia's promise. Irika, please stay here and rest. I cannot imagine how exhausted you must be. King Hayden, you know of Prince Ephraim's disappearance, do you not? Yes, we hear the prince and his men hound Grado at every turn. It's said that he's led his forces into the Empire itself. Reports suggest he's crossed the border and now fights in Renval. My brother, he fights on? Even now? Yes, my Pegasus Knights bought this information at a great price. Even though Renais has fallen, he charges into the enemy's heart. He is truly Phaedo's son. What a valiant youth! I wish that I knew whether he remains unharmed, but I do not. King Hayden, I thank you for your offer, but I cannot stay! I intend to ride to my brother's side with reinforcements. I cannot allow it. I know how you feel, but this plan is suicide. It would be betraying Phaedo's memory if I allowed any harm to befall you. Stay here. Rest and mourn. Leave this war to the warriors. I know you mean well, Your Majesty. However, I have lost my father, and my twin brother is in peril. My brother, he is a part of me. I cannot rest here while he risks his life. No, Renais has no more army. Grado's forces decimated it. I wish that Freya could provide you with support, with soldiers, but... My son Inns... Shoot, do I want to call him Inns or Innes? How about Inns? He's on his way to meet the Empire's forces. We cannot spare a single brigade. Your own retinue of knights cannot possibly face Grado alone. Are you so determined to go? Yes. With apologies. As resolute as your father, eh? What am I to do in the face of such foolhardy determination? Vanessa? Here, Your Highness.
Mulder. You called, my king?
Gilliam.
Yes, sire?
You are to accompany Princess Irika of Renais into Grado territory. I expect each of you to provide aid and support for her brother.
Quite a grave responsibility you have given us.
No matter the obstacles, we will perform our duty.
Our lives are yours.
These are some of my most trusted and stalwart vassals.
They will no doubt prove themselves quite valuable on your journey. Remember, you are venturing behind enemy lines. You will need supplies. I will have a supply convoy ready to carry your weapons and provisions. It will remain at your side no matter how far afield you venture.
King Hayden, I thank you.
No, save your thanks for your return, with your brother Prince Ephraim.
Yes, your highness.
Making the money.
Sorry, I've heard Joel say that so much I can't put it out of my mind. Irica, you don't really intend to go through with this, do you? I can't guess how you must feel, but it's just too dangerous. What would happen if you were captured by Grado's men? Every time I say that, it's because I'm dropping something that I'm fiddling with. Where's that little, like, cube thing that I have? I used to have, like, a little fidget toy that was, like, 8 cubes merged together that you could, like, flip around constantly. Thank you for your concern, Tana. But I have no choice. Don't you say, Tana? I have to go. Erica, why is this happening? What's gone wrong with the world? Tana, why would Grado invade? Emperor Vigard is a man of peace. His people adore him. And you and Ephraim are friends with Prince Lion, are you not? What could be behind this madness? Why is this happening? I have no answers for you, Tana. I don't want to believe it, but the reality is that we are at war. If I do nothing, I may lose my brother as well as my father. This is why I have to fight. It's the only answer I have. Oops. Huh. I thought I changed her weapon. Well, clearly I did not. Alright, let me see what I did wrong here. Where's the, event editor? I don't see where it is that she pops up at. I did hear talk that, like, the world map has its own events. Yeah, I don't see her anywhere. I'm checking all kinds of things, but I do not see where any events would trigger that would cause Vanessa to join us. I understand why she wasn't, like, why my changes didn't stick. Huh. Maybe it's its own, like... Oh, I found it. I think I found it. Is it this? There is a map, ID number 38, that says Castle Freya. So... Uh-huh, I think that's it. Found him. Fucking found him. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and, yeah, let's save and quit real quick. I'm gonna keep the Bronze Lance on Vanessa for now. But now I see where I need to go to change this. So, you know, you go to the unit placer, like you would for any map, but the map in question where Tana shows up is, Vanessa. That's actually this one. So if I want her to start with an Iron Lance, then I need to specifically tweak this. I never saw this coming. This is a special case, and no wonder this was considered like a frequently asked question. on certain, like on the image boards. Image boards? Message boards. That's what I meant to say. So yeah, that's the unit placer that you click on, then you go to Vanessa, and there you go. So, again, that change is probably not going to be reflected. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, we're just going to have to buy her an Iron Lance once we get into the next chapter.
King Aiden apologizes for being unable to spare soldiers. However, he does provide Irika with a small but trusted party of vassals. Irika is grateful for the king's aid.
Meanwhile,
chasing rumors of her brother, she sets out for Grado. The group's first stop is the remote village of Ide, which was, until very recently, a part of Renais. Here, Irika sees the devastation of Renais with her own eyes.
Hello there. Oh, this is the first time that you've seen me outside of a ROM hacking screen. Well, fun fact, I just dipped back out of one. Now that I've actually started playing the game proper, I have noticed a few things that I had to go back into the editor to tweak. But the objective from this point forward is to cut a path straight ahead to Chapter 8. We're currently on Chapter 2. Set this map down a route for us. We'll travel south of Renais and pass through Seraphiu into Grado territory.
That would seem a sensible plan. Assuming, of course, that we can avoid any run-ins with Grado soldiers.
Princess Irika, may I have your leave to scout ahead? From the sky, I'll have a better chance of spotting any nearby troops.
We're yours to command, your highness. Will you give your permission?
Yes, of course. Keep an eye out for enemy bowmen, though, Vanessa. Yes, your highness, I shall. I shall prove myself worthy of the honor of your trust. She seems very sincere.
Sincere? Yes, quite.
Hey, boss! We found more villages ripe for the picking!
1, 2, 3. I love a good war.
How'd the hacking go? Did you get it where you wanted it to be? Not quite. I've done all the changes that I want to do for today. And as we move forward, you know, I'll open up with another round of changes, then continue playing the game, and we'll just keep doing that till we get to the end.
With all these soldiers preoccupied, we're free to pillage as we please. Right, Bone, you're in charge. Grab everything that's not nailed down and bring it to the hideout.
I'm on it! I'll explain some of the changes as we get to them. Dad, bandits approaching!
I'm getting you out of here, Ross. You stay close to me.
Let's start with that village there. Go to it, boys. It's all yours. Cut down anyone fool enough to get in your way. I'm heading west around the mountains to the other villages. Well, there's your demonstration for what happens when that happens.
Yeah. Ross, what is it? What's wrong?
It's nothing. It's just a scratch. You're a warrior, Dad, and I'm your son. I won't be beaten so easily. I think that could have been rewritten. Like, there's nothing more normy than having someone exclaim, "Hey, I'm your..."
Listen to me, son! I'm your dad!
Destroy him!
Don't risk yourself so foolishly. We need to get you some help. Please, someone help my son!
This looks serious. I must report back to Princess Irika at once. I have bad news. The village to the east is under attack by bandits.
Bandits? We have arrived at our first dilemma. You must move quickly and attract as little attention as possible, but
I cannot stand by and watch innocents be harmed. Vanessa, how fare the villagers? I spotted one injured person. He appears to be just a child. Father Mulder, can your staff help him?
Well, yes, I can heal his injuries with my staff, but I cannot do it from here. He's too far away. I must be near him.
Princess, please leave this to me. I shall bring the boy here.
All right, Vanessa, it's up to you.
Very well, I'm off. Alright, so this is where... These first few chapters do come with a baked-in tutorial if you're first playing the game on easy mode, so this is your obvious cue to go and pick up the boy and bring him over the mountains. From there, I think I'll just wait until next turn to deal with him. So we'll get to that.
This is terrible! What are we going to do? Those bandits are so close! If we can't find some way to protect ourselves, the village is doomed!
Perhaps... People, listen to me! You must close the village gates immediately. Hurry before the bandits arrive! Who are you? You aren't from one of the neighboring towns, are you? And your weapons give you away. You're no peasant. My name is Irina. I'm a mercenary. A mercenary named Irina, is it? There's more to you than that, I feel, but don't worry. It's none of my affair. I haven't told you who I am yet, have I? I'm Selena, a general in Grado's army. Ah. Is something wrong? No, nothing. Looks like these villagers have some bandit troubles. I would like to help, but I have orders. I'm to leave for the capital immediately, and I cannot stay. You're armed, and you claim to be a mercenary. Will you help them? Is there a problem? No, of course I'll help them. It's just, you're one of Grado's generals. Why? These aren't soldiers, they're people. Should they suffer because their leaders fight? I petitioned your aid. Take this as payment. Irina and Selena. Ha! I didn't even notice that. You also get to visit a village. The most wonderful man rescued me. He was dressed like a mercenary, but he had an air of elegance about him. He gave me this elixir. I'm sure it'll help you on the battlefield. I have a feeling I know who she's talking about, but she could have been a little bit more specific, like, oh, he had the most ravishing hat. Well, here's one change. You'll notice that Garcia has a massive advantage over the enemy. And that is thanks to skill systems, which gives Garcia enhanced attack and defense with the skill that I gave him on the enemy phase. I think it's going to be instrumental in having him remain relevant until late game. Also, here you can see another modification being applied. I gave many different weapons in the game pointers to stat modifications. Some of them are to be expected, like steel weapons. They'll reduce the user's speed by a little bit. Bronze weapons will give you a slight boost to your luck, which makes critical hits less likely to happen. And it also drops your skill way down, so that you can't trigger critical hits yourself. But it compensates for that with a high accuracy. Now, with these throwing weapons, I really don't want them to inflict any critical hits, so they just drop your skill level, compensated for with their high hit rate, and the effect is that they are ho-hum accuracy weapons that just can't critically hit. So yeah, that's part of what I've been doing today. I also imported the new weapon graphics. I haven't yet written descriptions for them. Oops. I guess I'd better jot that down too. I've been keeping a to-do list of things that I have to put back in. So yeah, there's a lot of items that have the default text dummy attached to them. Alright, now I can do the rescuing with Garcia. I can heal up Ross. Unfortunately, Irika is way too wimpy to take Garcia off of the Pegasus Knight's hands. For that, we're going to need a Cavalier. So that's how we're going to do it. We're going to have a chain of talking, as it were. So she talks to Ross. That's how we recruit him. Hey, listen! My village is being attacked by bandits. My name's Ross. Come on, you have to help me wipe those thugs out. Alright, just take a deep breath and calm down, Ross. Leave the villages to us. We'll drive off the bandits. Seth, take the boy somewhere safe. No, wait! I'm gonna fight too! But... my father is out there all alone fighting those bandits. I've got to get back to him as quickly as possible. I'm the son of the great Garcia! As long as I have my axe, no bandit will ever defeat me. Alright, I can see you're not going to be swayed. But you must promise you'll stay close to us. So, for those who have never played Sacred Stones before, Ross joins as one of the 3 trainee units. They start off in a very pathetic class at a level 1, but once they hit level 10, they can promote into a basic class, and then continue leveling normally from there. And while they do often have a lot of catching up to do, they have that much more time to grow their stats, and they usually end up being pretty good by the end of the game. So we're gonna try to get as much EXP for Ross here as we can. Dad! Ross? Boy, what did I tell you? What are you doing here? Don't worry about me. Hurry up and get yourself to safety. Did you really think I could just run away while you fight, Dad? You taught me that fighters fight for what's fighting for them for fighting. There's no way I'm fighting. I'm fighting just like fighting. How many times can you use that word? Ross. Alright, listen to me. We'll cut our way out of this together. And now Garcia has joined. Let's see. I guess I might as well buy some stuff with Seth here. Ah, yes, that's another thing that's been updated, is weapon prices. And it looks like I put the wrong price on the Iron Axe. Oops. Okay. Let me try and figure out where that went wrong. Yep, I just straight up forgot a 0. Alright, well, I can't have changes take effect immediately, so... I'll just make a note of that and get back to it later. How do you like the extra crust that I added to the bronze weapons? I think they turned out pretty good. So, given that weapons are on the whole much more expensive than before, you will have to be more cautious if you, theoretical listener, play my hack. Be careful not to overspend on weapons. Thought they were dirty things! Dirty diamond weapons at first. Nope. Whoa, how'd that happen? So I think the fact that the bronze weapons have too long of a name was the reason for that graphical glitch right there. So that's something I already have on the docket to change. Alright, can I get a kill for Vanessa here? Oh, look at that! Look at that! There's a new effectiveness icon when you get too close to an enemy that has a weapon that can easily kill you. Isn't that cool? Alright, well, let's see. Is she capable of a kill? She is. But doing that would put her at risk, so instead, I'm gonna try a hit and run. This is one of the major things that was changed. Watch what happens. In the base game, I would not be able to do this. This is something that I implemented with the help of skill systems and the skill Canto Plus, which you can see right here. This is how cavalry units work in most Fire Emblem games. After attacking with a Canto unit, you can move again. It's how they used to work, and they stopped doing that for the Game Boy Advance games, so I put it back. However, I also drastically lowered, like, stat caps for cavalry units and other long-moving units to compensate for that added versatility. Alright, another weakness of the trainee units is that they can't move very far. So Ross is gonna have to get in... Oh my god. Thank goodness he's got a 100% hit rate. Granted, I am playing on hard difficulty, so this is par for the course. If I send Seth out there with a bronze sword, will he just kill everything anyway? Yep. That's just how Seth do. He's a one-man army. Alright, well, I will try to be patient and let them come to me. The only flaw is that, with Canto Plus, you have to cancel the action twice when you're doing nothing with a cavalry unit. Oh shit! I didn't think he could move that far! Okay, well thankfully this particular bandit is not as fast. God damn! Well, things just got a little more interesting. Gilliam, can you poke him for a little bit of damage? Yeah, look at this! It would be impossible in the base game for me to have an enemy this early in the game with 100% accuracy. And it's all thanks to me! I made the game harder for myself. Alright, I'm gonna have to play careful here, because Ross is very much in danger of the nearby archer. Oh yeah, okay, never mind. I was checking to see how much speed he had. I was afraid that it was gonna be, like, too little. Alright, this should be fine if I stick Seth right here. Yeah. And then we just gotta stay out of range of the archer, and we're good. Oh, I didn't read this message earlier, sorry. Senran Kagura Estival Versus also has you managing EXP of multiple characters, except you can actually grind to your heart's content on that one. Well, fun fact! Sacred Stones is the one and only Game Boy Advance Fire Emblem where you can level grind. We just can't do it yet. A location on the map opens up later. Actually, monsters start showing up after a certain point, and you can challenge them for a bit of EXP if you so choose. But it's not necessary. And oftentimes I skip it because I feel like it makes the game too easy. But it certainly was a lifesaver for me back when I first started playing. Alright, you are fine, just defend where you are. Oh shit, I forgot. They're going for the village. Well, I'd better carve a path quick. Either that, or get Vanessa over there, like, now. Yeah, the boss is right there, in range. I think I need to kill him. You're making this week's schedule now. Any preferences on when to do Sonic? I'll stick to Wednesday. Same as, before. Oh my god, Seth. I equip you with the weakest weapon, and you can still instantly kill the boss. Ah, but what if I gave you a heavy weapon? Now things are different. Wait a minute, who are you? Your worst nightmare. I can't do a Batman voice. I guess I'll put Seth here. And I can send in Franz to do the killing blow. Get a nice bit of EXP. And nice going, kid. Yay, blast! I sure hope the win condition was not beat the boss. Because I still have to visit that village. A bit of a sticky wicket. Maybe I can do a double team between Garcia and Vanessa. Okay, hold on. How are you getting 100% accuracy from there? Oh, it's thanks to Irika. Yeah, so... couple of things going on here with regards to accuracy. We got leadership stars, granting a passive bonus. Oh shoot, I forgot to update that text string. I'll have to locate that and update it later. Oops. That's supposed to say +5, not plus... no, that's supposed to say +3 instead of +5. Anyway. So we got that going on. We got Charisma, which is giving a passive +10 bonus to a radius of 3. So that is why Garcia is so darn good at hitting things right now. Alright, Vanessa, you get the finishing blow. Also, now I see why you made the comparison to diamond weapons, because, like, Minecraft diamonds do have that kind of coloration to them. Not quite enough to get a killing blow. But maybe with Gilliam's help. Alright, there we go. Alright, hopefully Russ will be durable enough to survive a round of combat with the other bandit. Yeah, he'll be fine. Yeah, sure, go ahead and do it. They're making this really difficult for me. I should've pushed Vanessa further west. Alright, I have a strategy in mind. That will simultaneously let me stall and also get to the village. So, Ross is going to sit here. He'll get a heal. And we're just going to go ahead and wipe out the bandit down south. Ah, that works. I will say this does make throwing weapons unnecessarily useful in the early game because their default accuracy is so high. I might consider nerfing that in the future. Maybe it's an appropriate compensation for the high weight, the ridiculously high weight of these weapons. Alright, finally! Normally when I play this, I just, like, send Seth running at light speed down to this village.
What is it? What's all the ruckus? What? Bandits? Spread the word, everyone! Close the village gates! Thank you for your warning. Please accept this small token.
Pure water, that's not a token. As you can see, even just surviving a round in combat gives trainee units about as much experience as a full kill gives to a normal unit. So, if you plan accordingly, you can get them leveled up pretty quick. Like, look at him, he's already at level 4. All he has to do is reach level 10 and he can promote.
You saved my son. I owe you my thanks.
It's not necessary. Hold on a moment. Aren't you the Great Garcia? You fought for Renais, didn't you? Seth, do you know this man? He was a troop commander for Renais until around 10 years ago. When I was a recruit, the soldiers used to tell so many tales about him. They called him a daring and fearless fighter for Renais. Master Garcia, you must know the peril our homeland faces right now. Can we impose upon you to lend your strength to Renais once again?
I'm sorry. I'm retired now. I'm not a soldier anymore. It's a decision I made long ago. Master Garcia, when I was a soldier, I lived my life fighting for my country's honor. I left no time for my family. I spent my life fighting for faithless, uncaring nobles. When my wife fell ill and died, I met the child she had left behind. At that moment, I finally realized what my duty had cost me. I stood at my wife's grave and promised her I would be a father to our son. I'm done with armies, I'm done with fighting, except to protect my son. I've no regrets. I'm the boy's father.
You blasted fool! Father, what's all this nonsense I'm hearing?
Ross!
If you're not going, then I will! I'm a fighter! I know I can do this!
Ross, what are you saying?
Dad, please, listen to me! I respect you more than any other man in the world. I know you gave up being a soldier for me. I know that! But how can you throw away such a big part of yourself? You're a warrior at heart. You can't give that up and be happy. Look at me, Dad. Have you seen me fight? I'm not a child anymore. I'm a warrior like you. You're free to worry, but I can survive on my own. Yeah, he's desperate to be a shonen protagonist.
Ross.
You want to challenge me, Father? I'm a fighter, the best in all of Ide. I'm not going to lose to you. I'm not going to lose to anyone.
You're right. You're a good soldier, Ross. Sir Seth, if these old bones of mine can still serve, I'd like to join you.
Dad!
Looks like my boy grew up while I wasn't looking. He's tougher than I thought. He doesn't need my help. I've raised him as best I could, but he's right. I've nothing to fear. I should fight. I will fight.
Dad!
Thank you so much for your help. Please, stay the night and rest.
We would if we could, but we have much to do and far to travel. Your safety is reward enough.
Ah, well, that is a splendid bracelet you're wearing.
Thank you. My father gave this to me.
It's a wonderful gift, but you should be careful wearing such a valuable item so openly. Since Renais was invaded, things have become so dangerous around here. There are gold-hungry thieves and bandits everywhere. The most wicked are Basba's bandits. They are cruel beyond words. If you have something they want, your life is worth less than nothing. Just the other day, they assaulted some travelers, and it was awful.
I can't believe such things.
Oh, Renais is finished, mark my words. The Greater Empire's stolen our future. Our only hope against them was that Prince Ephraim would prevail, but rumor has it that he's on the verge of being crushed by Grado's vast numbers. These are dark days. Travel with care.
Ephraim. Oh, I was hoping we'd get some, wildlife noises, like birds. We actually do get owls around here pretty often, so I'm surprised that I haven't heard any hooting tonight while streaming. It's time to start. Are you ready, Erica? Yes, Ephraim. Let's begin. Tell me, though, why do you want me to teach you to fight? I thought you didn't care for violence. I do not like uncivilized behavior. I think one can solve one's problems without fighting. And yet what? I've always relied on you to protect me, brother. I would rather not be such a burden to you in the future. So I thought maybe I should learn to protect myself. I'm your brother. Brothers are supposed to protect their sisters. It's nothing for you to worry about. It's no cause for concern. Yes, but I am your sister. Sisters are supposed to worry about their brothers. So, I would like to learn something of swordplay, if only a little. This, by the way, is like the subconscious reason why I decided to give Great Lord Ephraim access to swords. Because he has to know something of swordplay, even if it's not his primary weapon. How else would he have been a teacher? And maybe someday I can protect you in your time of need. So please, Ephraim. Alright. How could I say no? Honestly, once you get an idea into your head, that's it. I might as well give in. It's agreed. I'll teach you, but I won't hold back just because you're my sister. And I want no complaining once we've started, Irika. Complain? Me? Never. Whoop! Beg your pardon. Hey! Princess, are you alright? Yes, someone bumped into me is all. I was jarred. Your Highness, where is your bracelet? My bracelet? It's gone. Where could it be? Did that man... I'll find him. Don't worry about it, Seth. That bracelet was a gift from my father, but Ephraim needs our help. I can't let sentimentality get in the way of my duty. No, Princess, we must retrieve your bracelet regardless of cost. You cannot lose it. Let's go. We must hurry. Boy, now that I'm saying this stuff out loud, he really means it. Alright, before I get too far ahead of myself, let's juggle our items real quick. Let me see. Who was I going to give what? You will receive the Iron Lance. I'm gonna give a Bronze Lance to Gilliam. And I think it may be time to shop for a few more items. Let's see, does Irika need anything besides her rapier? Let's see. Nah, the rapier is pretty much a straight upgrade to the sword, one of the only ones in the game, I might add. So, she can keep it for now. We'll give her a steel weapon eventually. I think Seth is pretty much fine where he is. Let's give this to Gilliam. There we go. Well, now that I have this out and about, how about I exchange this for Bronze Lance? Yeah, tell you what, I'm gonna need 1 iron and 1 bronze lance. Oh, and we can buy javelins now. I already forgot about that. Alright, yeah, 1 for you, and, Seth, I'll give you the bronze lance and a hand axe, or at least I would, if I could afford one! Yeah, see, I got ahead of myself with my spending. So, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sell one of my vulneraries, so I can buy a hand axe for Seth. And now I am spent. Yeah, it'll be worth it, though. Oh! He can't use the javelin yet. Oops. Okay, change of plans. I'll put the... nah, I can just keep all the lances on Gilliam for now. And he can give the other thing back to Franz later. Is there anyone that I want to give the pure water to? I guess maybe Irika? She can use it a little bit better than others. And I would give the boy here an iron axe, but I'm like terrified of giving him a suboptimal weapon that could lower his stats in any way, so yeah, we're just gonna not do that for now. So at the rate I'm going, it looks like I'm not going to be able to finish the first 8 chapters tonight. I didn't want to go any later than 4 hours total, so I guess I'm gonna cap off after chapter 4. So we'll do this and then the next chapter, and then we'll be done for the night.
Irika and company pursue the thief who stole her bracelet. Their chase leads them into the mountains, where Basba's bandits pillage at will. Irika cannot ignore her countrymen's pleas for help. She leads her group in search of the bandits' stronghold.
It's a shame that the update that I set the text speed to fast, but it does not apply on the world map.
The local villagers tell me that Basba's bandits keep their lair nearby. A few of them saw a lad matching the description of our bracelet thief. It seems a fair guess that the youth is one of these bandits.
Bandits? Here in Renais, our homeland. I had no idea. Burning our villages, stealing from our people with no fear of reprisal?
It wasn't always like this. The knights used to protect the citizenry.
However, with Renais in ruins and her army tattered, law and order are hard to find.
It doesn't look like the Grado army is interested in maintaining order here. If nothing changes, Renais will continue this sad plunge into savagery.
Hello? Pardon me for asking, but are you all some sort of mercenary troop? Why do you ask? Please, you have to help Calm. You have to. I told him it was too dangerous, but he wouldn't listen to me. Please, you must calm yourself. Start at the beginning and speak slowly. Alright. I'm Naomi. I used to be from a village named Blark. Except the village is gone.
Gone? What do you mean?
Basba's bandits burned it down. Only Calm and I escaped. The other villagers, the bandits attacked them and...
Naomi, what are you doing here?
Basba's bandits. They have a hideout here in these mountains. That's where Calm's my, we've known each other since we were kids. He went to steal back something the bandits took from me.
He went alone? That's a very dangerous thing.
Yes, I know. That's what I told him, but he wouldn't listen to me. If I lose Calm too, I don't know. I'll... Wait, please don't cry. We'll find your friend and see that he's not harmed. Really? Really and truly? Oh, thank you, thank you. I don't have much money, but I'll do anything to help.
Your Highness, what will it be?
If the thief we're after has gone to the bandit's lair as well. Well, it seems as though we share a common cause with Naomi. She is a citizen of Renais, after all. And isn't it our duty to defend our countrymen? Mom only said that we weren't here to protect her friends and neighbors. So, yes, I feel we must help her.
Very well. Naomi, I trust you can lead the way?
Yes, it's this way. Is there anything I can do to help? I feel so... When I was little, I used to go hunting with my grandfather. What I mean is I'm not bad with a bow.
Really?
Uh-huh.
I see. You should remain behind and protect Princess Irika. Not sure who's out there, but it looks like we've got guests. Let's give him a warm welcome, lads. You see a stranger, stick an axe in him.
Alright, I've made a few modifications to this chapter, but otherwise it should progress pretty much as expected.
Oh no. Poor Naomi. She starts with such a heavier weapon than usual that she can't double attack. Well, that's okay. Even if I hadn't changed anything, that's probably how it would be starting off. Alright, well, let's get her a little bit of easy EXP. Because if I remember correctly, yeah, she also joins at level 1, which is not great. Whoa, what the hell was that? It displays a full-ass, like, thing whenever you're attacking anything with animations turned off. That's kind of interesting. But also very unnecessary when you're attacking a wall. Alright, what have you got? You got a speed of 5. I think Ross can handle this. Alright, yeah.
You can deal with this bandit. And we'll catch up later. I'll send you two up north. I'm never sure how to position everyone on this chapter. Because there's, you know, so many choke points. Maybe I should have given him an iron axe after all. And here we go. Ha! And not a soul saw me. These bandits are easy picking. I guess I might as well start with these chests here. Again, if you were playing this on easy mode, then you would immediately get a tutorial message, this one telling you about talking to NPCs. Calm! Amy, what are you doing here? I told you to wait for me, didn't I? I couldn't. It's too dangerous. Come on, let's go home. We don't have a home. Don't you get it? Look, just leave everything to me. I can take care of it in a flash, but I don't need a clumsy oaf like you tagging along. But, oh, this is ridiculous. We'll talk later. Don't leave my side, Amy. Alright. And then you also get a tutorial about support conversations. Yay! Everyone's favorite. Amy? Oh, hi, Calm. How are you doing? This is no time for pleasantries. You need to concentrate in battle. I was just being polite. I never thought I'd see you on the battlefield. Well, I might not be the best, but when something needs to be done, I do it. It's amazing how war affects people. I mean, look at you. You're a bumbling crybaby, but even you've pulled yourself together temporarily. We were little used to follow me everywhere, tripping and crying. Why are you always so mean? And now look at you. You're still following me everywhere, tripping and crying, but now you're doing it on the battlefield. Will you please stop your boo-hooing? Okay, I'll try. Man, you can't do anything without me, can you? And stop crying! What is it? You're the one who's making me cry! Ugh! They certainly have an interesting relationship. Most times I play this game, I usually avoid having them talk to each other, because I just don't think they have the most healthy relationship. Alright, gonna leave Calm up here and see what he can do. He got a point in magic. What am I gonna do with that? Of course, magic as a stat didn't even exist in this game until I brought it over. Thanks to the skill systems patch. Oh damn, that wall is a lot sturdier than I realized. There we go. Alright, who's gonna get the kill? It's gonna be Franz or is it gonna be Ayurka? It's gonna be Franz. So, skill systems. Whoever developed that, they also gave some of the NPC bosses unique skills. And for the most part, I've left them where they are. But for this chapter in particular, it's a bit nasty. They gave him Swordbreaker. And, yeah, that's like the one advantage you have against him, is your legion of sword users. So, like, now that that advantage is no longer on the table, what exactly can I do? I guess we'll find out when we get there. You know what? I think I can just ignore that guy. I'll just ignore him and start looting the chests. Or I might be able to... Ah, here we go. I can make an opening so that Naomi can get a kill. Yes, that sounds like a plan. Yay! It's gonna take her a while to catch up. She's like an unofficial trainee unit with how she starts, but I did give her a fairly useful skill, provided that she can catch up high enough in levels to take advantage of it, but, oh damn. She only has a constitution of 5? Is that even enough to wield a bronze bow without slowing down? I don't know. Let's see, this guy has a hand axe. Should I be concerned? Nope, I can dispatch this guy pretty easily. Normally, I go easy on thieves and try not to kill them right away. And I'm sure that sounds a little bit silly, but the reason for that is that they usually carry lockpicks, which are difficult to come by in the game. So I usually try to steal them for myself. What'd you get again? Oh, he got a javelin. Well, shoot, if I get a javelin for free, I didn't need to buy so many of them, did I? Oh, well. Yeah, I just finished editing these chapters together, and already I forgot what items were where. Another steel lance. Don't really need to worry about that too much. I'll just park Seth and friends, like, right here. There we go. And you guys can focus on this little task. Which admittedly is going to be a little tricky. Yeah, because that archer's right there. How about I try and see if I can trick the bandit into coming to me? It's getting kind of late, so you're gonna have to go to bed now. Alrighty then. Well, I will catch you next time. See you during the week for more fun stuff on the channel streams. What the hell do you call it? The television. It's not the television. It's our television. That's what it is. Hope we managed to fix whatever's missing in this ROMhack. Oh, there's nothing missing. I'm adding to it. Every day. Actually, more like every week, but you get the idea. Oh shoot, another hand axe for free? God, I was so stupid with how I spent my money. Oh well, mistakes were made. Now what am I gonna do about these guys? Might get a good hit in with Gilliam here. But he missed. So I fired, and I missed. Oh wait, how's it go? It's like, I shot, and then I missed. And then I shot again, and then I missed again. What was the other thing? Had a... Jeez, I can't remember any of that skit anymore. Had a push pop or something? It was some kind of frozen treat. Had a popsicle, that's what it was. Oh, come on, Vanessa. That's how it goes with these Game Boy Advance Fire Emblem games. You are never guaranteed anything on a level up. So units can end up much weaker or stronger than usual, depending on the luck of the draw. Which I'm sure some people will take issue with. Let's see, no one is moving on this side, so how about we put Seth here, Naomi here, and we wait. Hey, there's that sword that I planted there. Can Colm use it? Nope. He starts off with an E rank. Well, tell you what, how about I trade it over with Irika? There we go, now we have an alternate weapon for her. It's not very good, but we can get money with it. That's always fun. Yeah, this should be fine. That's what we have the Armor Knight for. Alright, almost ready to go barging in. My god, Mulder, are you ready for a level up yet or not? He is now level 4. Good for him. And he barely got anything to show for it. God damn it. Alright, Franzi, you are up. Show me what you got. Oh, right, I still got an enemy down here. Oops. Wow, this guy's tough. Not even a pair of swings from the Great Garcia can take him down. Well, look at you, Ross. You're finally strong enough to get a double attack in. I'm proud of you, son. On playthroughs where I'm doing really well, I can usually get Ross promoted by the time I reach, chapter 7? 6 or 7, I forget which. Uh-oh. I was gonna try to steal from that guy, but Franz is just too strong. Yeah, I think he could do with a reduction in base stats. Too strong. Alright, kid, you need to hustle. Get over here. I'm just gonna pass you between a bunch of guys, alright? And then you're gonna sit here, and you're going to, trade blows with this, dude guy over here. So he's got 10 speed. You've got 9 speed. It's gonna get a little bit hairy here. We are fast approaching the 4-hour mark for our live stream for tonight. And, yeah, I'm thinking Chapter 4 is going to be the right place to call it a night. But hey, that is a-okay, because as we do more with the hacking, like, the more we do, the less we'll have to do in the future. That's the principle behind it. Oh, never mind. Alright, we are going to steal that precious antitoxin. He can stand another round of combat. So we're gonna get him a little bit lower with Gilliam. And hopefully Colm can get the kill on the counterattack. Which is quite a mouthful to say out loud. Yeah, this map is just ridiculous with how choke point heavy it is this early in the game. Just enough for the kill. You still haven't... You still haven't gotten Sonic? He'll get the level up eventually. Whew. That's a lot of damage. As much as I would like to give him a bit more EXP, it's gonna be real dicey trying to pull that off. And I don't know what I'm gonna do with this guy. I might just need to send Seth after him. Yeah, Franz, I don't think you're gonna be all that much help here. If I get real desperate, I'll send in Garcia. Why is this dude gotta be so tough? Maybe with his girlfriend backing up, he'll stand a better chance. So what are my odds of success if I use Vanessa, for instance? Arguably better than if I had, if I try to continue with a swordsman, but her damage output is too weak. I don't think she can do it. Hold the fuck up. Why did you switch to the hand axe? What's the meaning of this? Was he actually slower while carrying the steel axe? Well, there goes my idea of trying to, you know, trying to give him a hoop out of... Trying to pelt him off with ranged attacks. And again, that'll make him fairly easy pickings for Seth. So let's give that a go. It is such a relief to be able to attack with Seth without the risk of critical hits. Well, let's see here. Maybe Naomi can inflict the finish... Nope. Ross? Well, look at that! Look at that! Ross can get the killing blow on the boss. I'm so proud! Hold up. That shouldn't have happened. How'd he get a critical hit? How did he get a critical hit? Oh, that's gonna bother the living hell out of me. I am confused and terrified. I should probably conserve my staff uses a little bit better. I gotta go through an entire other chapter with this. Calm. What now? I told you not to worry. I could have robbed these bandits blind on my own, thank you very much. I was worried. Hold on, I'm sorry. Come on, don't start bawling. No more dangerous stuff by yourself. Fine, fine, I promise. But you have to stop crying all the time, alright? Uh-huh. Oh yeah, take a look at this. Huh? I got your mirror back. Remember how you cried when we left Lark? You thought you'd lost this. I knew it was your mother's, and I knew those thugs had taken it. So I went and got it back. See what happens when you give me a job? Guaranteed results. Calm. Calm. Hey, why are you crying this time? Come on, stop. Knock it off. Please, Naomi. This is quite touching, but I think you'd best return Princess Irika's bracelet to her now. What are you talking about? You trying to say that I... Whoa! Well there, hold it. It's right here. Take it. Tell me, boy, is this the path you've chosen for your life? If this girl matters to you, you must quit this dark road. Yeah, right. We are leaving. Do not expect to be rescued again. Farewell. Hey, wait! Let us go with you. You can't just leave us here. Pardon? Amy and I, we've got no home to return to. No matter where we go, there's just gonna be more fighting. You're mercenaries, right? Well, then take us with you. I'm a handy guy to have around. I know I can help you out. I would prefer not, but I will agree with Irika's decision. Our duty is a grave one, however. We've no time to waste shepherding you. That's fine with us. You just wait. I promise you won't regret your decision. I retrieved your bracelet from the bandit's stronghold. Here you are, Princess. Thank you, Seth. You know, Father gave me this bracelet when I was a child. It has only one match in the world, and my brother wears it. Lady Irika, you must take care never to lose that bracelet. It is the proof that King Fado entrusted the future of Renais to you, his children. Seth, what is it you're not telling me? I apologize, Your Highness. When the time comes, I will tell you what I know. Until then, I see. If you tell me it must wait, then it can wait. I trust you. Then we should get moving again. We're safe from bandits for now, but I cannot guarantee for how long. This is just the beginning, isn't it? If we hope to free our homeland, it will take battle after battle. I'm afraid so, Your Highness. The day you and Prince Ephraim win back the freedom and honor of Renais will come. But I fear it lies at the end of a long and treacherous road. I know. I must fight for that day. In the names of all those I could not save, I'll lead us home. Let's go. My brother awaits. Meanwhile... General Dussel?
Selena, have you been back long? Tell me, how fares the campaign in Renais?
Signs of chaos abound. Brigands ride without fear, and the peasants' cries fill the air.
If Kratos' troops do not enforce public order, the situation will only worsen. And still His Majesty has given us no orders. Perhaps just this once, I should take the lead.
What could His Majesty be thinking? Breaking our long-held alliance with Renais? Invading without warning? He's never been this way before. He abhors violence. And have you noticed the recent promotions? Who are they going to? Certainly not to the soldiers who have Kratos' best interests at heart. I fear this invasion is the prelude to a much larger war. I feel as though His Majesty is no longer the man we knew him to be. Glenn, it doesn't matter what any of us might think of our orders. We are his servants, and we will not question His Majesty's intentions. I know that, Selena, and yet...
That's enough, both of you. His Majesty summons us. Let's hope we can learn a little during our audience. I appreciate your work in fulfilling your previous orders. You are the hammers that drive the nails of the Empire's will. You will continue to operate without hesitation, wherever I send you. By your command.
In your Majesty's name.
Yes, sire. However, I know this. You, my Imperial Three, lack the strength to conquer the remaining nations alone. In the invasion of Renais, certain soldiers performed beyond expectation. I have chosen them to guide you as new generals in the Empire's service. Come. The performance of these men surpassed even your own. With the addition of these three, the Empire will have 6 generals strong enough to conquer the land. Do you understand?
I breathe! Given the name Bloodbarrel by His Majesty! That voice just kind of slipped out. I was going to try to go for a more old voice, but whatever. I know I am a newcomer, but I pray for your favor.
Understood.
Fuck, how do you say this guy's name?
I'm Kale.
Kale? Kalik.
I'm Kalik.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
I was a mercenary fighting in the desert. Seems like to be called Tiger Eye. You're a fine-looking lass, aren't you? Yeah, I'm gonna love working with you. So we meet again. You know me as General Volter, but you will call me the Moonstone. I'll save you worthless dogs from your own incompetence. You'll thank me later. Volter, you scum! Peace, Glenn. Selena. Kalek, you will bring me Frelia.
Yes, sire.
Sure, good as done. Brave Dusel, you are charged with the defense of the Empire. I will speak to you individually with more details later. Understood, Your Majesty. By your command, sire. And me? Walter Glenn, I have other duties for you. Yes, Your Majesty. Renais has fallen, but Princess Irica still eludes us. Her brother, Prince Ephraim, leads a resistance within our borders. Bring the siblings to me. Of course.
Oh god, that's a lot of voices to try and get down in a few minutes. Oh boy, yeah, I'm ready to be done with this chapter, but I gotta keep going. I don't think... Yeah, I have not yet encountered a shop that sells, bows. So that is going to have to wait a little bit. Seth, you got too many weapons. Give up one of them. So that gives me an extra javelin. Which, unfortunately, no one can use yet, but someday, Franz, you will be able to, so... You go ahead and tuck that away in your inventory for now, and we will resume later. Alright, last chapter for tonight. With her bracelet recovered, Irica sets out with renewed determination. Passing through the snow, pressing through the ancient forest Zaha brings them closer to Grado's border. As they near the town of Seraphiu, Irica's fears are assuaged by the lack of troops. But never-before-seen terrors crawl in the shadows of the trees. Ugh, this, narrator voice is making me spittle all over myself. We're approaching Seraphiu, at the border of Renais and Grado. Once we cross, we'll be in Grado. Renval won't be much farther. That is, assuming we can cross the border without mishap. Oh, look! Over there! Those strange figures, what are they? Are they human? I've never seen anything like it. What could they be? What have we done to deserve the trials before us? What is happening to us? How could such abominations walk our lands while the sacred stones protect us? Lute, please. It's dangerous outside the walls. Stay here in the village. Those are revenants, aren't they? They were the vanguard of the Demon King in the days of darkness. The Tome of Nazania describes them in Chapter 2, Section 7, Paragraph 8. You know of them? Duh, I'm a prodigy. I can recall most everything I see or hear. According to the book, revenants attack using razor-sharp claws. Sounds painful, wouldn't you say? Yes, Well, be that as it may, I must go aid those travelers outside. You should stay here within the safety of the village. Very well, I don't mind staying here. In fact, it seems the smarter choice. Magic is far more powerful than any monster's claws. The thickest hide and strongest armor are useless against magic's power. Yes, I suppose I could have studied swords, but only magic is worthy of me. Even if this village were to be assaulted by monsters, I could defend it perfectly. Travelers, you must listen to me! The ancient forest of Zaha is dangerous! Head south and pass through this place before the fiends surround you! Who are you? My name is Arthur. The temple has assigned me the task of cleansing the forest of these... things. There are so many of the fiends, though. I wonder if I stand much chance alone. So, if you would, please flee now while you still have the chance. Fiends? You're not talking about the same fiends that served the ancient Demon King. That can't be right. They're nothing but legends and fairy tales. Yes, I felt the same when I heard. And yet here they are. This place is filled with them. I wonder how far they've spread. Surely they're not in Renais alone. But why are they here? How? Beware, Your Highness. Something approaches. Please, allow me to deal with this. Evil Shade, may the blessed light drive you from this land. 128. Okay. That's how you know that it's a scripted fight. We ought to help. He can't fight them all alone. Do you have orders? Well, you better believe I do, Mr. Man. Alright, so I gotta leave 2 people behind. That's gonna be... Seth and either Gilliam or Garcia. One or the other. I think that Gilliam is going to be much more instrumental in the next chapter, so we'll hold off a bit on him. Make sure I'm not leaving behind any good items. I guess Ross can take the hand axe temporarily. Should I give someone a steel sword? I guess maybe Franz could use it. Yeah, sure, why not? It might just come in handy. Alright, so... Ross, you're gonna be dealing with zombies. Garcia, you're gonna be backing him up. Mamie over there, Calm goes south, Vanessa over here, blah blah blah. Let's go. Come on, let's go! One of my companions is in that village to the south. If any of you can get there swiftly, I implore you to watch over her safely. Safety, sorry. So, Arthur, you start with a higher D rank in light magic, as intended. He also starts with Voice of Peace, so I can have him back up another unit, and that will make things significantly more safe. Do you see that old snag to the south of here? Bet it would make a handy bridge if you could knock it over. Take a weapon and give it a few good whacks. That should do it. Here, take this and give it a try. It ought to do the trick. There we go. Got that. I'll pass it on to Garcia momentarily. I don't think I've made all that many changes to the eyeballs, or any of the monsters for that matter. Alright, let's see. How am I going to do this? Column, you defend here. Ross, you defend next to your dad. Right about... yeah, this is fine. You can defend right here. And Franz, get ready to move out on the next turn. You know, I was almost considering giving the zombies their beta sprites in the prototype ROM. Back then they looked a little bit chunkier. And they attacked like the zombies in Fire Emblem Gaiden, in that they like melt into a puddle and then pop back out to attack. Alright, Ross is already pulling his weight. Don't get too excited, boys! Those were the easy ones! This eyeball here is taking the sneaky path. Well, nothing I can do about that. If it comes to menace me, then I'll just deal with it when the time comes. Hey, hold on a minute. I thought you weren't fast enough to double attack anything. Oh, never mind. She is just barely fast enough to pull that off now. Good for her. I will put you down here. Shouldn't be all that many changes with lightning, because I just designated it as a iron weapon, so yeah, it just had the critical chance removed. That's it. Bronze versus bronze. Whomst will win? I honestly didn't expect to have this big of a advantage over this guy just because I swapped his weapon. Well, oh, you know what I could do? Teh! Yeah, why didn't I think of this sooner? Just poke him in the eyeball with a Pegasus Knight. Well, left her vulnerable to an eyeball attack, but that's okay. We'll deal with him momentarily. Let's see. Oh shoot, I forgot to pass on the steel axe. Calm, you go ahead and pick that up and we'll deliver it. I wonder if Rots gets any kind of bonus for standing next to his dad. That's something they did in a lot of future Fire Emblem games, where units could get a small, passive, not written anywhere bonus if they were next to someone that was important in their lives. Like siblings, or a commander and their first knight, or whatever. Here they come. That's a little bit more damage than I was expecting. 6? Like, Pegasus Knights are supposed to be really good against magic. Oh my! Those travelers are besieged by agents of evil! Ha ha ha! Right you are, Lady La Rochelle! I cannot allow this to happen. Come! We must charge down these cliffs and rush to their aid. We charge down these cliffs and the only thing we'll be rushing to is death. How about we find us a nice, gentle path down, yes, well, let us hurry nonetheless. I simply cannot abide those wicked beasts running amok. There she goes. Not gonna join our party just yet, though. Alrighty. Calm, you've got a weapon I need to trade. Oh, look at that! Franz is actually not strong enough to double kill. Double kill. Alright, we'll go ahead and take a defensive position by the bridge. And hopefully the monsters will be too durable to take out in one round of combat. I got a feeling that's not going to be true. Franz is probably about to kill every last one of them. Dang it. This kid. He's too strong. What have you got? You've got an iron sword. Well, you know what? I don't care. I think Garcia is going to be strong enough to... Oops. I can't believe that wasn't enough damage. You've got to be kidding me. Actually, hold on a minute. Ugh, it's not looking good either way. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Soften up the eyeball with Artur, and then knock him out with Vanessa and block the path. Well, I'm glad that Naomi's magic is growing appropriately. I'm very much counting on her being able to properly take advantage of the new Valkyrie class that I put in. Oh, look at that! Look at that! We can just kill the skeleton. Who knew? Sheesh, Archer might be even more valuable than loot at this point. You know, in hindsight, Darting Blow might have been too good of a skill to give to Franz. Maybe I'll swap it out with something like Quick Draw next time. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't need to use a staff just yet. We might take some damage trying to block this point here. And Franz is about to get a bucket load of EXP, but you know what? On the bright side, he'll get a lot of weapon EXP in lances, which he needs because he is not yet skilled enough to use javelins. You know what else? Throughout this entire stream, I think I kept forgetting to test out Seth's animation with an axe. I don't know how that kept slipping my mind. Oh well. Maybe I can do a real quick test at the very end. Alright, I can bait the eyeball closer. Am I imagining things, or can it move farther than usual? Nope, just my imagination. Damn! I don't remember him being this capable. Oh, wait a minute! I know what it is! I made those changes. I went out of my way to make skeletons more durable on the defense and weaker on the resistance, so that... Ha! That's why. And you know what? It makes perfect sense, too. Because what was it that Lute was saying at the beginning of the chapter? You know, all that stuff about magic superiority. Well, now it's going to be more true than ever. I feel like a clever boy for coming up with all that. Nah, Calm, you do it. Oh, damn it, Ross! He can't move far enough. Ah, see, that's what I was talking about. Now the skeletons are much more difficult to subdue. Alright, well, we'll get them eventually. Much more difficult to subdue with physical weaponry, I meant to add. I don't have all that much to say at this point in the game. I'm just really enjoying seeing the fruits of my labor in action here. It's very, very satisfying, I have to say. Skill systems are working good. The new weapon stat allocations are working fine, sort of. I could probably stand to lower the accuracy of those thrown weapons. I overcompensated a little bit too much. But that's just how it goes. Assuming Irika survives that encounter, I will give the next kill to Calm. Wait, of course she's gonna survive that encounter. I would get a game over if she didn't. You know, I keep checking on everyone's levels, but there's a way easier way to do that I have been neglecting. No shit! You got a crit there! And it didn't kill him. Alright, well this tells me that my changes to the skeletons were wisely informed. Yes, I think this will be a positive change all around. Alright, so this is a good shortcut for people that are relatively new to the game. If you want to know who needs leveling up the most, just consult your handy-dandy manual there, and you'll get the numbers that you need to succeed. I should have picked a different weapon there. Oh well. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is treat the no-crit weapons as, like, beginner-friendly weapons. Where, you know, against weak enemies, they're really, really effective, but against stronger enemies, the skill decrease will end up hurting you more than the high accuracy helps you. And so that's when you'll really want to switch off of bronze weapons. Unless you have a specific reason, like you're trying to avoid critical hits or something. It's so weird, by the way, how so few classes can ford rivers. Like, right now, the only units in my entire repertoire that can go over rivers are Pegasus Knights, Thieves, and Lords. And I have no good reason for why Lords can ford rivers, other than they might get stuck otherwise. Who are you? Your flesh shows no sign of putrefaction. It seems you're not a revenant. No, I'm not. Are you from around here? There are still many monsters about, so you should stay in... No, I insist on joining you in combat. My name is Lute. I'm a mage of superior wisdom and rare ability. I've been reading up on these revenants. They are quite simply no match for me. I am superior, after all. What an odd girl. Alright, finally, Lute has joined the party. I started her off with a significantly heavier, but also more powerful magic. So she's kind of the burst damage to Arthur's many magics. Well, she doesn't do that job very well, admittedly. Admittedly. Can't talk anymore. I need to finish this chapter and go to bed. What's with that one zombie? Why is he not moving? I guess I'll send Vanessa after him? Why not? What am I gonna do about you, though? I even gave you the miracle skill. Which, if I'm not mistaken, always triggers. I should take a turn to figure out how true that is. But how shall I do it? Who can inflict... Alright, what's 37 divided by 2? That's like 18, right? So who here can inflict 18 points of physical damage? Garcia... But he can't double attack. Alright, you know what? I'll set this up so that I can, like, surround him with a bunch of units and take him down with, like, 3 of them. Ah, so close. I'm noticing another bug. Whenever the music fades back in, it, like, pops in volume for just one beat. And I'm not sure what's causing that. Honestly, I don't even remember whether or not that's a bug in the original game, or if it's my fault because of a patch that I introduced. Boy, that one zombie is just taking his time. On the other hand, he is very mighty, so I should be careful. Alright, so I'm gonna want someone to bait out the zombie. I guess I can have it be... No, don't do that. Who can do the job? Calm, maybe? No, he'll do, like, way too much damage on the counterattack. Yo, hold up. I was just asking who here can do 18 points of damage in one swing. Ross can. Was not expecting that. Alright, well in that case, I'm gonna try baiting him out with, name me. A silly idea, I know, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Ross, you stand by. I think I'll go ahead and have Calm defend against that one zombie. Alright, and we should be good. Well, there's an easy kill for loot, should you get the chance. Yeah, this is important to me because there's a character joining in the next chapter that I have given the miracle ability. So I really want to make sure I know how it works. Okay. So Ross ought to be able to do a lot of damage in one swing. If HP is greater than or equal to 50%. So that's going to be, 19. I need to drop him down to 19 points of health. And then Garcia can do 19 points of damage. My god, I need to get him down to exactly 19. How am I going to do that? No. That will drop him down to 24. That's not enough. Erica? She can do 18. Oh shit, that might be enough. Let's see here. 37 minus 9 is 28. Minus 9 is... Okay, let's try it. Alright, if my calculations are correct, he should resist this. Yes! It works exactly how I thought it did. That, however, is still perplexing me. The damage number still says 19. So is that like a fake critical hit? I'm confused. Very, very confused. Ugh, God, look at this kid go. He is tearing it up. I wonder, can I get him all the way to level 10 at the end of this chapter? Because if so, that's a little nutty. Yeah, you know what? Let's see if we can get that to happen. Shame I won't be able to spread the love to loot, but that's just how it does goes. Tell you what, we'll defend with Namie again. I know it's mean, but this is kind of what I did with Bernadetta in Three Houses. Now that I could do this with Vanessa, I could just, like, run away like a little baby. And just keep poking at him. Oh, man. Not quite dodgy enough. Phew! 20 points of damage already. Dear God, Ross is, like, cleaning house. Well, now I'm not so sure that I'll be able to get him up to level 20. I might need to have him kill the last zombie, too. I want to have it turn out this way, but I might not have a choice. Boy, this zombie is just a complete idiot. I don't know what to do with him. Alright, can I secure an early promotion with this? Survey says... no! Oh, man. Alright, I'll just have to have him get the last kill. Much as it pains me. It's like, if I don't do this now, then Ross is gonna participate for one chapter, and, like, I'll be able to use him for one battle, and then he'll be worthless for the rest of the chapter, because he can't promote until the beginning of the next chapter. That's how trainees work. I don't know why I do this when I play Fire Emblem games. If I got, like, one last little stretch to go, why does he have a zeroed out movement stat? So, wow, I totally did not notice that. So even if... even if I left Vanessa dangling in his range, she'd be completely safe, because this poor sap can't move. Alright, well, nice knowing ya. Alright, we've killed all the monsters. Still, we'd best burn the bones to ashes to make sure they don't return. I still can't believe what we've been fighting here. I thought those fiends nothing more than myth and legend. Those revenants are said to be the least of the dark creatures, and yet the weakest of them could outmatch any normal man. We cannot take this enemy lightly. Oh yes, there are much worse than those revenants and the entombed. Let's see, there's the Bone Walkers, Moth-Dukes, Gargoyles, Bales. Why, I'll bet you just about any creature of lore could be walking again. Yes, we're in for some trouble. Even my fabulous power may not be enough. Oh, divine light, show me. Is this a sign of dark days to come? By all that's holy, what is happening? Princess Irica, perhaps it would be best to return to Frelia and regroup. Pressing forward seems foolish in light of these recent events. We cannot face both Grado's forces and more of these horrible things. Seth, I follow your point, and nothing would please me more than running for safety. But what of my brother? He and his men are trapped in the same situation we are. I know full well that I may be leading us into even greater danger, but please try to understand. I do, my princess, and I vow to see you through this safely. Oh, it's you guys. Aha! Foul creatures, beware! I, La Rochelle, bestow upon you the honor of banishment at my blessed hands. Oh, where are the monsters? Well, we just finished. Ah, glad tidings indeed. The heavens must be rejoicing. I am a tad disappointed, however. After all, I did rush all the way here to show you the splendor of my might.
It's a real shame, isn't it, Lady La Rochelle?
What's shameful is the way you drag us around the countryside. Pardon me, but who are you? Me? Since you ask, please allow me to introduce myself. It is I, the true light and glory of the sacred realm of Ralston.
Stop! Lady La Rochelle, you must not continue. You cannot reveal your true identity here.
Oh yes, you're right, I can get so careless sometimes. Now, I must ride off in anonymity. Oh, how beautifully romantic. Right. Fare thee well, strangers. Perhaps our paths will cross again. Come, Duzla, Renais, we ride.
Let's go, Renais.
All right. What was that about?
It is done.
And I think I am also done. We will put off our proceedings for the time being. I'll be back next time with some more adjustments to make. And more chapters to finish. I will not be back, however, until next weekend. By my calculations. Instead, we on the Discord server will be devoted to streaming all kinds of cool shows, including Spee X Family, which I look forward to seeing more of. What else do we have on the docket? Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, I'm in charge of that one. And Arcane is the other real standout, if you ask me. A cartoon based on League of Legends. Who would have thought it would have turned out great? Definitely one of the most surprisingly good things I've encountered all year. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and go. I've got to get up in the morning to take care of my cats, so I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one, and good night, and good job, and good evening, and goodbye. See ya!